Is that the point of 2 years in the first place?
Well, now we're working with 3, so...
Shit, now
You
we're
don't
even
know
better.
jack shit, Joel.
Wonder if I can change my hair
Right.
color in this streaming software.
I'm sure you probably can. Because God only fucking knows.
That's an effective Halloween costume.
Can.
If so.
Alright, so... Hello and welcome back to the latest episode of Rough Rolling. We're rolling above a 10 as a blessing and rolling above a 15 as an act of God. I'm Gray, the game master and village person this week. And as always, we're glad to have you here for another game of Oof, bad luck, maybe next time, buddy. Although hopefully today it'll be more about making and failing skill rolls instead of making and failing combat rolls.
Hopefully.
So, I guess we'll find out who will be doing the retrospective for this week.
I was gonna take a stab at it. So, we had come out of the Gauntlet previously. We're dealing with kind of the fallout of that. Sven got cured of his disease, and he went to talk with Ash for information, as well as buying and selling some stuff for cash. And Ash gave him the message for Daxius and Giru saying that they were wanted over at the Nero's Trade House. And yeah, so we spent a lot of time talking about that, whether or not they wanted to go in and do something about it or whatnot. In the end, ended up just going over there. Vic and Phoenix were downstairs while Daxius and Gira went up to meet with... I'm trying to remember that guy's name. The
Ash.
Yes. Okay, so yeah, that's right. They were going up to meet with Ash and saw Captain Younger going the other way, who was kind of pissed off with them.
People are usually pissed off with me, to be fair.
And Ash says that the account was settled, but wanted something from them anyway, which meant that, kind of it's still up in the air. They need to magically copy a book in secret being brought by Valier VIP in a few days. And then after that, don't talk about that. And I was like, John, did you want to pipe in with what you said in that scene in particular?
Monstrous didn't particularly like Siegfried Ash. Are you remembering a particular moment in particular? That was the sentence made.
I was seeing that it said that you provoked him, and I was like, I didn't remember exactly what was said. I remember that he didn't end up doing anything about it because he's essentially too badass to care. But
oh yeah, I wanted to arm wrestle him. That's what it was.
Mhm.
When I was talking with Siegfried Ash, I could hear the fucking bad to the bone riff.
You challenged him to an arm wrestling contest, and he asked you how old you were, and when you gave your answer, he said, young for a dwarf, and turned away to return to his little construction project.
That's because the DM knows that my strength score is higher than Siegfried Ash, and he was afraid to make his NPC lose in front of me.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
And then after that, I think there was a little more to do with other stuff, but we went back to explore the area beneath the Gauntlet. Found it was mostly destroyed partly by humidity, but there are some more books down there, so there's some more stuff to go through, and so we're down doing that. Is right where we left off.
That about sums it up. You guys did a little bit of exploration down here in the sub-basement, however, that didn't extend too far. You guys had finished with the rooms on the left side of the building before turning your attention towards the main hall. Last time we played, you were able to spot a trap on the other side of the hallway, and I think that is about where we ended. So, what is going on now?
I think me and Vic were about to look for traps. Well, more and like, is that the? Sorry, we just looked for traps. Actually, I'm fucking brain dead.
Yeah. I think I need to switch browsers. Apparently, WebGL version 2 is not functioning.
Ruh-roh.
Good times.
I guess I'll check this door here, see if that's trapped.
Sure. Give me a roll.
Vic, you want to help me out with this one?
I can certainly try if
Analysis.
Foundry wants to work with me.
Your eyes are better than mine.
Yeah, I'm gonna fix my camera real
So,
quick.
Jill, you're a bit quiet.
Yeah.
I'm stepping away to deal with
Or
allergies.
do you want to hear yourselves in the? In
It didn't
my
get any
echo?
clearer. Are you sure the microphone's coming through the right microphone? Like the
Uh-oh.
sound?
Did Discord decide to say "fuck you" once again?
Every time you update it, it switches out your
Yep, it did.
directions. That might be a 27 if Access is helping.
I can
Or a
try and
37.
fix that.
So was that to assist, or was that to actually do the roll yourself?
I believe Vic was intending to do the role himself with Daxius assisting.
Okay. Okay.
I have like no peripheral vision with this mask on, so I like have to fully turn my head to look at stuff.
Yeah. The Mardi Gras mask is probably not the greatest idea, but hey.
No, we vibe. It's also like tilted somehow.
Even with the +2 that Daxius' assistance would have provided, you're able to tell that there is no obvious trap on the door, nor is it locked. You're muted. All the
Seems
audio
like-
problems.
Seems that we're able to proceed through this one without issue. I don't sense anything. Half the group's gone.
I'm still here. I'm just blind because I'm cleaning my glasses.
I'm back now. I'm back now.
Yeah, and I'm futzing with my camera. As always.
Harry hair appears to be fading into the background as well.
I appear to be?
No, the guy Fury hair.
Hello,
Ah,
testing.
My
Can you
natural
hear me?
hair.
Yeah, it's much better.
Thank God.
So the
Oh,
answer
you
is
should drop like that all the time.
Hitting you.
So I heard it's not trapped and not locked.
yes.
Correct.
I will carefully open it.
Alright. Opening the door, you're greeted with what appears to be the moldering remains of perhaps living room. Well, living space is a bit generous. It's definitely not built in a way that's supposed to be comfortable. It is very utilitarian, and it is very obvious that what was done here was simple living, simple work, and that's about it.
I'm fairly confident there's probably, hopefully not traps in here, but I'm still gonna look up and down the room and see if there's anything of interest.
Sure, give me a perception check. Alright. So you're not able to notice any, nothing stands out as being trapped or anything like that, but you can tell that definitely this place is not, I don't want to use the word turned over, but it's very obvious that what was left here was anything that people just didn't need. There are remnants of old clothes that are moth-bitten and ruined. You can find the remnants of what were probably scribing equipment, dried bottles of ink. You can see storage racks that have just moldered away, broken, depositing cups and bowls and pretty much all the accoutrement of the lower rungs of a clerical order.
Which door is this?
To the north.
Okay, it's closed.
It's closed for you?
I can see
Yeah.
into it, but I can also see into it from where I
There we
am.
go. Okay, that works.
There we go. Ah, now I can actually see.
Which is fine.
No, yeah, seeing the one thing that you don't need to play this game.
Nope. Theater of the mind. Everything.
Seems pretty ransacked.
I don't know. I mean, some of the stuff looks like it could be valuable fun. Like, look at these storage racks. And Gilgamesh is going to roll to smash him with his hammer.
Okay.
Perhaps we should investigate to see if they actually contain anything before hitting them.
Gilgamesh, you are halfway through your swing when Vic is like, hey, maybe we should look through this. And all you hear, everyone hears, even those that aren't within the room, is just smash as a hammer goes through the remnants of a storage shelf hung on one of the walls. You hear a pottery hit the ground and splinter and smash. Beads and like the remnants of dried food just skittering off into the corners. And for one reason, as is tradition, there is one plate that rolls across, swings around, and then falls on its side, making a rather loud noise.
And that's the one that alerts the guards.
Where are my rupees? I smashed the pots.
I just learned not to.
Vic just kind of puts his hand on your shoulder and just let's step back for a moment.
At least there were no monsters hiding in there. Now we know.
Daxia said there wasn't anything of value in here, and he really meant it.
Nothing of value to me, but probably of value to Fernix. Intact.
It's
I mean, a bunch of cups and plates. It's not really.
I don't know anything about your religion, so.
Gilgamesh gets down on all fours and starts scrounging up anything he can have, and he's presenting it to Fernix on his knees. Like, here.
covered in broken. Yeah.
He's not
glass.
making eye contact as he just answers Daxius. Yes, well, it's well after the era where bits of pot shard and other things like that would provide a meaningful. He looks down for a second.
Bless it. I need your blessing. Please.
Meaningful, things about the society and stuff like that. Right.
Can I make a religion check? I mean, actually, you know what? I was gonna say to see if Birch's hand signs meant anything, but never mind. I can just assume that they're probably bullshit.
They're gang signs.
The general shape of the symbol of Veies, but sideways, which is wrong.
Well, I'm gonna
Know
pop
that.
a detect magic and
Ooh.
just search through the room for anything that isn't pulverized.
I only got one shell.
All of us are full of magic.
Yeah, obviously that. You definitely sense that. Within the room here, you don't see or feel anything. You can... There definitely is a bit of, kind of... I don't want to say, leftovers, but almost like a remnants or, it's something thin that sort of hangs in the air. But nothing pops out. No specific objects.
Okay. Is this a chest in the corner here, or is that just like a...
It is a chest, and basically it is open, and what appears to be inside were definitely clothes, as well as some books that have kind of survived a bit better. Probably just by virtue of being covered with something. The one on top, even without opening it, the title on the front reads that it's almost like a pocket prayer book. Not necessarily an uncommon thing, but from the era, might not have been one of those things that survived, because why would anybody keep that kind of stuff?
Gilgamesh is going to take the empty chest and hurl it against a bare wall.
We're starting off just
Why?
stupid today, aren't we?
A little bit.
It's very noisy.
I'm just blowing off some steam, I'm still a little upset about the hour and a half I spent in traffic, so you guys gotta give me this one, or I'm gonna go take it out.
Oh, it's
Do you
fair.
feel
The-
better
Did you
now,
wanna-
Gurgamish?
Did you want to roll through the rest of the breakable stuff in the room?
Yeah, you know what?
Just get it all out.
Just having a
Admittedly.
breakdown.
Yeah.
Admittedly, I'm like that's a great thing. I can't even be mad about that.
Yeah,
I
you're
feel
able
like
to
I should
chuck
do several rolls to just destroy the room.
worm-eaten chest across the fucking room, and it smashes against the wall. Whatever wasn't wooden kind of just bending and falling on the ground in a clatter. You just start going ham around the room, smashing a bunch of shit. And just, if there was anything of any amount of interest, within the next 30 seconds, everything is gone.
Everything's gone.
Average Dark Souls player be like,
We're all just standing in the room, just staring.
Burnix, I got everything in one location on the floor. If you want to go through it, I think we can help you.
Sure. You know, I suppose that at least I can say this is a very expedient method of searching a room.
allow me to expedite the process. I walk up to the pile,
Start.
kick it with my foot. There's nothing here.
Start sifting through stuff, and I'm just like, I suppose the prayer book may be of interest, historical value mainly.
Got a shit ton of other books. There's probably a copy of it in the library.
Well, it's just a little personal copy.
I'll be willing to blow a few minutes to search through the wreckage.
I'll assist you. If you're
Sure.
invested enough in
What
it.
you find definitely are the items that you think the average novice would have. Give me a perception, however, the both of you while you're searching.
I'll assist for now. Unless whoever's bonus is higher.
Got a 13.
Your bonus is higher.
Then I rolled not shitty. So it's
Definitely with at least 30, well, at least 29, most likely a 31. You are able to find, perhaps it was like lodged in the bottom of that chest and got dislodged as soon as it, decided to take an airfare across town. About 10 golden coins that definitely do not look like something that was produced today. They're thicker than a modern golden coin, and they are minted in a way that they don't have a year on them, but they depict a face that isn't familiar.
okay.
You also find a necklace in there, most likely made out of silver, with basically a hourglass. Well, what remains of it. Some of like the glass parts broke. It's only like yay big, so you're thinking maybe 60 seconds timer, basically an egg timer. But most of it survived, just not the glass.
It's most of a minute glass and 10 of these really old-looking gold coins.
I added 10 ancient gold coins to the bag of holding. Do we want to say a mostly smashed or a partially smashed minute timer?
Sure.
Those good coins
You
could
might want
actually...
to use detect magic on that. I'm curious.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is mundane.
Yeah, he swept the room, so it's not magical. Or at least not right now.
Do we want to keep the partially smashed minute glass?
It's
But-
actually it's part of a necklace. There are initials carved into the bottom.
No. What are those?
It is DJ,
Like Donald John?
something like that.
Sounds like a real table turner.
With the best books, the absolute best.
DJ Donnie T in the house. Let's go.
So it's just a minute timer. It wouldn't be. Would it work as a holy symbol of Veies? I
Yes,
assumed.
because that is technically part of your order's depictions. As an
Yeah.
hourglass.
Okay. So be like a holy symbol, probably. I've even got a wooden one, but it's just a It's a medallion of an hourglass. It's not actually a functional hourglass. That would make a lot more sense.
Yeah, most
Sorry, I
likely.
smashed your holy symbol, Phoenix. It
Nah.
wasn't personal.
Wasn't mine anyway. Belonged to someone who's, I'm going to assume, probably long dead.
You mean your god?
No, the gods have no need for symbols, as far as I'm aware.
They don't?
Some worshiper here probably had this and left it behind. For all we know, it could have been a spare, but the initials are in the bottom. So whoever DJ was, they were probably one of the faithful here.
Funny, I think those might be my initials.
I don't think that's how you spell your name unless it's dwarven. I don't know.
I groan and walk into the next room.
Good idea.
Right.
More or less a
Gonna-
lot of the same. This final room appears to have most likely been some sort of, like, workshop at some point. You can see that there are, like, older tools that are left over. What was metal is pretty heavily rusted or tarnished. And a lot of the wood is spongy, if not broken entirely.
What kind of tools are they?
I think you would recognize it as being a mixture of carpentry tools and some rather basic stonemasonry tools. They might have done some of their own construction here, perhaps as a form of worship, like the creation of things being worshipped. It's more tied to your god, Tychon, rather than Veies, but you never know. There is a certain amount of worship when you create things.
There's no reason
yeah.
to leave these tools here.
Well, Vic, any interest in the wood carving tools?
So, if they're in good condition, I suppose I could take it, but if not, I don't know why.
No.
Well, there's nothing better than having to restore your own set of antique tools. I mean, it's quite the flex on other craftsmen.
Why not just buy new ones?
I wouldn't call myself a craftsman, honestly. Also, Joel, you're still, like, real quiet.
He's real quiet, so you get to
Am I
know
still
him.
quiet?
No.
No, it's
not-
fine.
But it's
No.
going to
Apologies, I'll do my best.
Dang it.
To do your duty.
Yeah, well, what are these, like, are these, like, ancient wood carving tools that are just kind of, like, left in disrepair, or are they, like, magical or masterwork or anything?
Well, they definitely survived a lot better than you would think, considering that they've been exposed. They might be considered masterwork, but they would require at least some amount of restoration. Even masterwork tools, the metal tarnishes or rusts, and the halves most likely need to be replaced.
Well, I'm adding antique tools to the bag of holding, and I'm putting carpentry and masonry tools. Because if you don't want them, Vic, Garugamesh does.
All right.
Those me?
They could be useful for other things. Such
Or would you
as
want some sort of
We
use
could
out of it?
build a wall.
dismantling a door.
I think Guy Fieri would be much more interested in building a kitchen.
Guy Fieri is very right wing. You'd be surprised. And he's also makes incredibly stupid public statements.
That does not shock me at all.
I once read an interview that was to promote his new wine, but he started going off on a tangent about his pet tortoise and how he lives out, I guess it's out in his home out in the desert, and he would place a construction hat out in his tortoise pen, and the tortoise would get freaky with the construction hat. And he was talking about all of this in an interview to promote his new wine brand. I don't even know if that's still around because I've never heard of Guy Fieri
Probably
wine.
not.
Oh man.
But anyways, yeah, he'll just say out-of-pocket stuff, so,
Currently, you're the one saying out-of-pocket
I
stuff.
guess that's on brand.
I'm getting into character, you know, I'm playing a couple people tonight. I'm playing John, Garugamesh, and Guy Fieri, so...
Can you do Guy Fieri's famous catchphrase?
What's his favorite? What?
I don't
Any
know.
fucking
Down.
idea.
It's Bergen time.
We're taking one last trip to Flavortown.
Oh no.
When Guy Fieri says Henshin, you know you're fucked.
Anyways, moving right past that.
Oh, so sorry. Just to bring it back to Guy Fieri, one of my classmates that I made the movie in told me that she sent the movie to Guy Fieri, or at least DM'd him or something about it. I have no idea if he ever even saw its existence, but I think it's super hilarious to know that it's still uploaded.
Somewhere.
Right? Highly unlikely, but it's a non-zero chance he might have watched it.
Yep.
Yeah, I know.
Well, with that, Dex is gonna try and disarm this trap that's here.
Alright, give me a disable device roll.
I don't know what this does, so again, this is a pretty ancient ruin, so I'd step back in case I fuck this up.
Okay.
Give you a guidance.
Appreciate it.
It's a +1.
Too bad you don't have Natari here to throw on the pyre.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Natari, would you just stand here and see what happens for us?
Well,
A 10-foot pole, except she's tied to the end of it.
Her HP is a resource.
Yeah, that definitely does not pass. You're kneeling down. You can obviously see like where the trap must come out because it's rather prominent in the floor. And you're working out like trying to pry it up, and you just hear like thunk, and a spear comes up like right out of the bottom, right past your face, going up about 3 feet before like stopping.
Well,
When the
we know where
spear
it
goes up, I roll to hit the spear with the hammer to try and bend it.
Sure,
Would that be a strength or a combat roll?
just combat roll.
Sure. You know, we're going power attack. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm thinking that hits. You're able to nail it and obviously splinter it, the haft off. Not bending it, straight up just removing perhaps about the top half.
Well,
And
Don't
no
worry.
one know that we were here.
is that when we gotta worry about someone knowing when we're here? Not the smushed room.
I think if people were, if anything was here, they would be aware that we're present by now.
Yeah.
Stealth has gone out the window quite a while ago.
You do at least notice as
Right.
the tip of the spear rolls over the ground, there is a glisten on the blade.
Good thing that didn't hit us.
Does that mean it's poisoned?
I would assume so.
Hmm.
Considering it is dripping off the tip into a small pool, it's a decent guess.
If it's
That's
not
the,
poison, then it's probably worse. Sorry, so what the...
Well, if it's still damp despite being down here for so long, perhaps the poison reservoir is still attached to the trap somehow.
Ah,
Hmm.
that's a good
There's
point.
also the use of wax to create an airtight container. If it's just a single dose. Otherwise, I suppose may as well try to harvest it.
I agree. I will do my best to do that.
Perhaps we should save that for afterwards, just in case you accidentally dose yourself.
I think I have
Alright.
a resistance to most poisons. I could probably taste it to see what kind of poison it is.
I wouldn't do that.
I would. No. That's. If it would take effect, it could just require that much.
Hmm.
I'll probably have to shill out another 500 gold just to cure you.
Or just
I
give you
receive
the
a
chits.
+2 racial bonus on saving throws against poison, spells, and spell-like abilities.
What?
I don't know what that means.
Neither do I.
Not
I'm gonna try and, sorry, it's...
sure I would
Hardware.
quantify it as such,
Right.
but
Oop.
Joel, why don't
yes,
you take your hat off and put your headphone? Why don't you put your hat over your headphones?
Part of the costume.
Trader Joel.
Yeah, you have wares for sale. Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
You got a gorilla for sale?
But is the trap disarmed? Or did Gurgamesh break it?
Gilgamesh effectively broke it. After like
Okay.
about 15 seconds, what's remaining of the spear goes back down into the hole. So the mechanism isn't broken, but technically the part that does the most damage is no longer effective.
I'll just test it with like my foot to be sure, and
Axius tests it by standing over top of it and spreading his legs.
Oh, it's one of those, a victim of the Impaler. You put your weight
Bien.
down onto the ball of one of your feet and press the stone down, and the haft of the spear comes back up and out.
I'm gonna aim for the base this time.
Alright. Yeah, most definitely hits. And with that amount of damage, you shear it off basically right at the floor, and part of the flagstone comes up and jerks to in the direction that you smashed.
It's one way to disarm a trap. Nice going.
You smash. Oh, my dog's coming downstairs.
Should we take a look at these doors to the south before heading that direction?
Ah, yes. Apologies.
I agree.
Oh,
The two doors that are in the center of this room are quite large. They are probably, they don't necessarily meet the ceiling here, but they do come up to an apex right underneath it. They are not square, they are sort of like I guess like half round. They are also a little more ornate when it comes to anything that you've seen down here. There's a decent amount of decorations and filigree that has been worked into it, probably over a decent amount of time. The doors also look significantly heavier than everything else you've seen here. Whatever these functioned as, they definitely either meant to keep something in or something out.
Would I recognize these as the doors I saw?
Yeah. Now that you guys are close and you have a light source that illuminates it significantly more clearly, you can tell that
Big girl.
this is what
Hi,
you
honey.
passed through
Oh my goodness.
when you passed through here before.
I think these are the doors I was telling you all about. I couldn't get them to budge when I was down here by myself, but maybe together as a team?
Let me take a look.
Jaxus, do you see any way to unlock the doors?
Does it have a keyhole?
It does have a keyhole, a single one on the rightmost door. When you're looking at it, so left on the map.
Interesting. I should check this for traps first. This seems like a more important door. Yeah.
does the filigree bring anything to mind as far as if it's like religiously significant or?
It is. It definitely depicts the perhaps creation and manipulation of magic. There aren't like visible figures, but a lot of like the symbology and the motions seem to kind of, I guess, mime casting motions with hands as well as the movement of the arcane through the air. So it's very delicate, very flowing, but still pretty deep.
Okay. I'll guess I'll try to make mention of that by saying, oh, this seems to bear familiarity with somatic components. All of these motions here.
Huh.
Could there perhaps be some sort of enchantment on the door?
Wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility. Boop, just detect magic. Concentrate for 18 seconds. Well, while we're waiting, I suppose, yes, we could try forcing it open, but if there's just a lock...
I'd like to check for traps before messing with anything on this door. This one seems far more, important.
You said it was a metal door, right?
Yeah, it's solid metal.
And probably make sure there's nothing that could electrify it.
Yep. So this is for looking for traps or anything
With
on
me
the door
assisting.
around it.
At this point, just assume I'm assisting you, Vic, when it comes to
Yeah.
traps.
Which gives you a +2.
No, I assume that's already accounted for.
Okay. Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you don't notice anything. The doors themselves don't stand out in that way. Those of you who have cast Detect Magic, you can definitely see that there is something, maybe not the doors themselves, but around it, and obviously beyond it, you can get the sense that there is the arcane.
Oh, okay. No, not on the door, but definitely past. Meaning the door isn't too thick. Worst comes to worst, I suppose we could carve through, but...
I kick it open. No, I'm sorry.
If that worked, I would just be like, guess that's just how it's going.
Well,
This time, everything just explodes in our path.
this is likely trapped, but I will attempt to get it open nonetheless. Could I get another guidance from you, Vic?
Yes, of course.
Alright.
That doesn't seem to give the lock much of anything. You're working at it, and nothing gives away.
Come on, Daxis. You got this. Let's give it another try. Come on, let's go.
Yep.
If you'd like, I could give it a try myself. But it's magical.
Can you
Yes,
do
I-
that with magic?
Yes,
By all means.
might as well.
Be doing my chanting and give everyone a vigor
Ooh.
in the meantime.
What did you call me?
Let's not get into that.
A vigor. The vigor gives you a bonus on melee damage. So I guess everyone but Daxius.
They told me it was
Fair enough.
pronounced Vigor. Well, they were wrong, no, weren't they?
Let's step back for a moment. So once everybody's got a little bit of distance, I'm gonna cast knock. Don't know if it'll roll automatically. No,
Okay.
I can do the roll. It's a caster level +10. Still not great.
Mm.
It's against the lock DC.
Okay. I think that just doesn't pass.
Really?
Gilgamesh's inspirational chant add any sort of bonus?
Do we want to?
I don't know.
I don't
Would Vic
Oh.
really find Garugamesh standing in the corner going, yeah, let's do this? To be
Probably be a -5.
encouraging.
You could always blame that.
Yeah, I don't know if guidance would apply, but if we want to
You could
just get through this retroactively, say
you can
I
use
can-
inspiration.
I can use a bardic performance to inspire competence.
Oh yeah, let's do that.
With a +1, it would definitely have it open.
Okay.
I'll expend a bardic performance because I have fucking 14 of those a day. So,
And they never get used.
yep, no,
What if we need those other ones
Bam.
later?
Sure.
you'll be fine.
Gilgamesh is going to
Okay.
do a funny belly dance to your performance.
Good job tweaking the fundamental forces of magic with your dancing there.
Thank you.
Not you.
It's thanks.
We need to have a talk. I feel like I'm not a part of the group because whenever I try and do something, I just get like, how come none of y'all are like getting super excited about the belly dance? Like I am a performer. I'm doing this for you. This isn't for me.
Flashback
off-
to any combat scenario. And it's fucking Gilgamesh murdering everything in sight.
Gilgamesh is just holding up his shirt. Like,
Yeah, give us the truffle shuffle.
solid piece breastplate though, so it's like covering the top half of his face.
You
Right.
cast off the spell with guidance, and that does pass. you're able to hear the doors locked kind of turn over, and instead of like the smaller ones that you're much more accustomed to, these doors, it's almost like a solid rumble to both of the doors as the tumblers turn and turn and turn and clack. And once they've come to a stop, the silence is kind of deafening compared to how loud it was.
Let's
Doors are still locked.
Yeah.
concerning.
There you go.
Nod to
wait.
everyone and
Too late.
go for I go for my rapier. I would like to have drawn my rapier, if that's okay.
Yep. Garugamesh, you step through the door as confident. This is not out of character for you, so, like, I'm not giving you shit for that.
Oh no, it was intentional. Don't worry.
Oh my god. Okay.
Exus just takes a long drag of his
Does
cigarette.
a 23 hit?
You know, actually, I don't know if it does.
I think it does.
In the stop
Oh, it
time,
does.
the
It does.
cigarette is just getting murdered.
Also, Daxius, give me a reflex.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
You got
Oh,
this.
reflex. I'm fine.
Okay. I think you have the. Do you have the ability to just go, huh, damage? No.
Uh,
Do
Well,
you?
is it-
actually, you don't have
I
evasion
do.
yet, do you?
You do have
Oh, you
uncanny,
do?
or uncanny dodge? Is that?
Pretty sure I do.
You get
Evasion.
evasion at second level.
Oh wait, am I thinking of Natari?
Yeah.
Atari definitely has.
Because
Yeah.
I thought you were just the
No.
one level rogue.
Oh no, yeah, evasion. Reflex saving throw against attack normally deals half damage. Instead, take no damage.
Good. Okay. And I'm assuming 23 would hit you.
Yes, it does. Oh, unless you meant Daxius.
In which case, also yes.
Okay, so Daxius, you will not be taking 18 slashing damage as two ethereal blades come out of the walls, pass through the doorway, and vanish into the walls on the other side.
So that's 2 blades. Is that 2 instances of 18 damage?
No, because you only pass through one side of the door, you're only taking one instance of it.
Is it force damage or physical damage?
I heard
Functionally, it is force damage, because it is
Okay.
very obvious that the blades are not physical.
Oh,
Is it-
does DR not apply then?
Yeah, it's a forces energy type.
Dang. Well, that's not very poggers.
It's most commonly seen in magic ass missile.
And interestingly, where it goes through, and it goes through like basically almost at like chest level with you, it doesn't damage your clothes, your armor, or anything else that isn't organic. Just
Damage
passes
my
right
organ.
Can I try and pinpoint where that magic like came from? Like whether there's like a rune hidden somewhere or
Give me a perception.
anything?
I'm assuming you just duck down in order to go right under it.
Yeah. Pretty much. Nothing fancy.
You don't notice anything, but as you are ducked there, the blades make another pass. Above your
Ah.
head, since you're already kneeling down, it doesn't affect anybody else, because Garugamesh is already through, everyone else is 2 back, and you are down at a level where it would not hit.
Can I roll perception to see if I notice what Daxius is doing?
I push Vernix into it.
I guess with
If I notice that Daxius is crouched to the ground, I'm gonna crouch as well.
Okay. Okay, Daxies, give me another perception.
Will do.
So,
You guys suck today, huh?
Yep.
Sort
Oh,
of
the thing I
trap
said
here.
at the beginning.
Oh. Oh, now I can.
I'm gonna say that, I don't know, Garugamesh, are you helping him search, or are you just leading him to it?
Garugamesh is definitely checking out this thing in the center because it has a bunch of stuff drawn on over it, and he's thinking about how there was stuff drawn underneath the traps earlier. So he's gonna, he might try and bum rush and try and destroy whatever that magic circle is in the center, if he notices that it is. But I see it on the map, so
Yeah,
Yeah,
since I
So
still had
guess-
dispel magic up. Can I point out what's radiating magic in the room?
It is the door jamb itself.
Ah.
Like the actual.
Yeah. I point up at it, and I'm like, there. It's the door frame, right?
Mm-hmm.
Smash the frame. That's what it is.
Well, it is made of stone, and the door is obviously made of metal. Probably be a bit difficult to smash it.
It grew.
Yeah,
Or,
You're good at smashing things and you like stones, right?
I do.
I can see the door jam, so I can just dispel magic it.
All right, I smashed it.
You go up and swing at it. The hammer makes contact with the, I don't know, you go for top, you go for sides.
I'm going for the bottom just because it's. Oh wait, does it extend down to the bottom of the floor?
Yes, like the actual magic does run the entire periphery.
I'm just gonna try and break the connection between the door frames. So I'm just gonna smash down on the center because it seems like it'd be the easiest.
You bring down the heavy head of the hammer into the stone floor with the metal running around it, and you hear like a decent crack and crash. But as you pull it back, and the blades make another pass around, like as you're swinging, it is not like damaged. It appears to be at least somewhat protected. However, Daxius, give me a perception and roll twice, and give me the best of the two.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
Very good. So, Daxius, as he hits that and like it comes back up, you're able to see that there is a decent amount of like runic etching running around. Perhaps
That's
disturbing that would help dispel the magic.
All right. I'm just gonna go ahead and just take my knife and just run it along the runes.
Okay.
Before I do that, I'm just gonna look at Phoenix. Is this a good idea, or is this powerful enough magic that this will blow up in my face?
Looking down at the runes real quick, do I have an idea of how it's like what this is? If this is like a symbol spell or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, it is, like, the spell itself is obviously coming from a runic source. I wouldn't say that it's a really advanced spell. It's basically a mixture of a summoning and force spell.
Okay. Could break the connection. Is it just as simple as, like, disturbing one of the runes, or...
I mean, that's what's worked so far. I mean, you're the specialist when it comes to, like, runes and stuff, so I didn't know if it was volatile.
Yeah, I was asking Gray because I'm like, in character, sure, I'm the expert, but I had to get...
Yeah, usually it would. It's worked in the past.
Yes, just,
Alright.
just breaking one of them should be enough.
I'll just start running my blade multiple times across the runes.
I'll stab at it with the rapier. And just, like, it looks really nice, but fucking need a chisel.
As you gouge into the etching, because, yeah, this time it isn't just, like, chalk or, like, some other marking. It is actually etched into the metal and the stone itself. But as you add more and more scratches to it, eventually the blades make a pass, and about halfway through the doorway, they just sort of disappear. Where's your dog up here, Barry?
Why is she up there?
Yeah.
Is she,
never
like, in
comes
your room?
upstairs.
Is she in your room?
No, she's in the hallway. I can hear her tippy tapping.
I'm
Well,
actually
should we-
right next to her. I'm outside your door.
Terrifying.
Just rearrange the rooms real quick.
So, and
When
after
she
that,
came-
the magic disappears.
Oh.
Being safe.
So, let me describe what you guys see as you pass through the doors. You pass into a solidly large room. There are two sets of columns, decently detailed. I guess what they call those, like, door columns, holding up the larger room. At the very center, acting not necessarily as a centerpiece, but definitely dominating the room, is a large plinth And while it on the map looks like it is a piece of symbology, in reality it is a flat surface with a bowl inside. Around the room are a couple of things. In each corner appear to be what look like empty stone braziers. And at the very back of the room, you see two large statues, a male one and a female one, most likely representing the dual faces of Veies, which Furnax would be rather familiar with. Between them appears to be an altar or something similar like that, something that would have been used to lead prayers or invocations, things like that. But what's interesting are what is around the room on the walls. Because as you are stepping into the room, you can see that there are very large murals spread around them. Two in the front and back, which have... I guess I'm gonna leave it up to you guys to study it at your leisure. But they're large. They are very fucking large, and they are very deep.
Okay.
You should scan the room first for any fuckery before we do anything.
Yeah. Vic
Yeah, the
used
room's
to
empty.
tell guys.
No.
Sven
That was
is
like
as
I
normal,
think that was the only.
just standing outside and keeping watch because someone's gotta.
I think that was the only thing in here that was magic. Hopefully.
The door is the only thing of magic, or is there else?
Oh, there's a decent amount of magic in here. You're able to see that very
Oh.
clearly. Damn near like a lot of shit in here is magic. It's in the floors, it's in the walls, it's in the murals, it's in the statues, it's in the centerpiece.
Okay. Let's be careful about touching things here. Because almost everything
I'm sorry,
seems to be magical.
Barry is like getting absorbed by his background.
Yeah.
The camouflage is working.
I just step back and vanish into the shadows.
Yeah, that tends to happen whenever I take a drink.
No, I mean like just normally. Your face
Oh, really?
is slipping
Yeah,
back.
you're wearing all dark clothes, and you're in a very dark room with a very dark, like, paint around you.
And
Yeah,
No idea how to
I-
differentiate anything.
Birch brought up a good point. Oh, there you go. The camouflage is meant to blend in with the trees. But you
Like
know,
it's
you're in
contact
Ohio,
sensitive.
so you know.
What about the hoodie? Does the hoodie help?
I don't have my. Oh, I don't have the hood over my head. Surprisingly, it's a beanie.
It's hard to
Just have
tell
a dark-
anything.
I just have a dark aura around me.
We already knew that.
Yeah, it's part of my personality and backstory. You guys wouldn't get it.
Yeah, Barry's backstory, not Sven's.
Yeah.
Flashback to a couple
Phase
episodes
one.
ago where Barry had an extended RP of slaughtering animals in the forest.
He just murdered some dude's dog.
Yeah.
Don't have any consequences, no.
Mm-mm.
Anyway, Vic's gonna, with Detect Magic up, gonna take a look around the room, see if any of those magical spots look like traps or anything to keep an eye out for.
God, how do you differentiate anything? You don't
That's
notice
cool.
like anything like focused on like tiles on the floor, or I mean, there's not a lot of wall space. It's literally basically just mural, 360 degrees. Obviously, different sections to it, but murals all the same. The ceiling above you is pretty high, probably about 15 or 20 feet, and it is vaulted. In fact, between the actual columns is like a single vault which goes up. Doesn't leave a lot of like flat space or anything, and there's no symbology on the ceiling whatsoever. It's just dark. The actual objects in here, they're pretty much everything here radiates some amount of magic. The statues do, the braziers do, the bowl that's in the center of the room does. I suppose the columns themselves don't really radiate any kind of real magic. It might just be a sort of like rubbing off effect from everything else that's in here.
For those who have detect magic up, the bowl in the middle, what kind of magic is that radiating? Like aberration or something?
That's a great question.
Do a spellcraft check, I guess.
Yeah,
Oh, I thought you knew from detect magic.
You can find out, but you gotta do
Ah,
15 plus spell level. Yep.
it. Mhm.
I
It
haven't
is our
even
problem.
figured out a spell
Is it
level
level
for this,
3?
but I'll at least give you that it is illusion
Oh.
magic.
illusion.
Yes.
Interesting.
Gilgamesh is gonna walk up to it.
For
So looking around the room, I don't see any traps or anything. Just like physical traps.
Did you roll for that for perception?
No, I just didn't. I didn't know.
Nothing shows up magically, but you can give me roll perception if you want to look for mundane things.
Somebody assisting, I assume.
Sure. Give guidance.
Oh, well, on the perception.
Okay, and Guru, was that to help him, or were you searching for something yourself?
I was assisting Vic.
Okay.
I'm waiting for the roll.
Oh, I pressed roll, but it doesn't appear
huh.
to be. Let me try that again.
While we're waiting for that, Gray, I do want since you mentioned it was illusion. Oh, never mind. Oh wait.
Vic, you don't notice anything out of the ordinary. The floors in here obviously are significantly better made than they were outside. They are a maybe not like checkered marble like this, but a mixed like I guess I'd use the term Ferrara marble, even though technically there is no such place as Ferrara in this setting. But that's sort of the color, that kind of cookies and cream mixture of black and white. Very well made, very smooth. And even with the passage of time, I guess what you notice is that, interestingly, things in here are relatively clean. So it seems like this room was possibly sealed entirely off from the outside world. Which also indicates that you're probably the first people to enter it since it was closed.
Considering everything in this room is magical, I don't know if this will affect anything with this room, but I have something called Arcane Insight, which gives me a +4 bonus against, like, saving throws against illusions, as well as seeing through disguises and protections and divinations. I don't know if that changes anything. But
It might come
just...
up. Giro, you walk up to the plinth in the center. It comes out to up to maybe about like your center abdomen. The stone here isn't the same kind of marble that makes up the floors. It's sort of a granite, pretty smoothly made. Even with your studying, you're probably certain you don't think it was dwarven made, but whoever did it was good at what they did, however long ago that was. The bowl that is in the center appears to be carved perfectly out of a single slab of stone. And even just like putting your finger to like the edge, you can feel like almost kind of how sharp it is going from flat to the actual rim of the bowl.
Does it, in the actual bowl itself, are there scratches like stuff may have been put there?
Give me a perception check.
I'll assist. I don't have to roll because I have +10 for that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but I'm taking your bonus into account with this one. You don't notice anything like that, but as you and Daxius are leaning over, you're able to see at the bottom, there's like a little bit of like, almost like set into the stone, what appears to be a very smooth piece of either glass or gemstone.
It's a diamond. Gilgamesh
Don't
is trying to pull it out.
Nope.
Yeah.
I try. If he reaches for it, I try and stop him.
Yeah, it
like,
doesn't have
grab
any
his
color to it. It's just clear.
If Gilgamesh is trying to grab it, they go pull him back.
Get no purchase. Like, you reach for it and try to put your hand around it, and it is butter smooth. Like, you try to grab it, and it's like,
Grugmesh.
Daxis, I know what you're gonna say. Thanks for helping me smash the plinth so we can get the diamond.
No.
Everyone was going to say that.
And in fact, that might.
Pause on the smashing and grabbing for now.
Well, that's what we do. We're the
Nope.
gate crashers, smash and grab.
We is a very
That's a-
strong word.
Daxius and I just did a smash and grab.
Yes.
I
we're
thought
aware.
all the hero stuff was just kind of a front. You know, we go from town to town, we target some high-profile businesses. Right? Is that not what we're doing?
No.
Not really.
I guess helping out the Valier Society is a noble cause as well.
Grugmesh, just Fernix said everything in here is magical.
And not to touch it.
fucking anime.
I understand you're a shonen main character, but please don't touch anything.
So he goes down from being normal to animated at 12 frames a second.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, removing Sven's mummy-inflicted disease came first, so I don't have a way to remove any curses anymore. So just be careful.
Can I,
Yes, try to avoid that.
A fun fact, an illusion spell could actually be any number of other spells, just tied up in the fact that it's shadow, so could just be a fireball in there.
Well, I'm gonna
This
try and
seems
study
like it
this
has
bowl for a
particular
little
review.
while. If you guys, I don't know if anything else peeks out to anyone as being of
I have an
interest.
idea.
What were you saying?
Does this bowl have any sort of religious significance to you?
Is
I
there?
wouldn't think so, but I think I'm going to give you a bit of description on the murals that are on the walls. Because, and Sven, please give me a perception check on that.
Okay.
Just to see
On
if
what?
you can see this stuff from out there.
Yeah, I was wanting a reason to wave you in here, but I was like, well, maybe not setting up a chain reaction of events that makes us all die. It'd be good too.
Yeah, you can definitely see this. So as you guys go into the center of the room, and the magic, or the light that magically radiates from Vic's shield, illuminates the 10 to 12 foot tall murals around the room. It is a rainbow, vibrant pop of colors, of images, of people in motion, of magic being moved, of magical animals, sometimes inlaid with what possibly might be glass or jewelry, something sort of Byzantine looking in the way that the murals are created and colored. This has been preserved in a way that a lot of other shit really hasn't. And it is very obvious from those of you who are within, and even from Sven standing without, that it is a story being told in mural.
I start putting up wallpaper like some idiot from the 70s.
You get one of those
Would you like to give it?
paper and a piece of charcoal, try to write it, but it's just constantly moving, so it's just a mess of lines.
Oh god.
Anyway, so where does the story appear to start?
It appears that the walls that are not at the front and back of the room appear to contain what appears to be a large moving story. The murals at the front and back of the walls do portray very vivid and very well colored and carved scenes, but they don't appear to have any bearing on the story that's around it or necessarily to each other.
Sven's more of the storyteller. Maybe he can piece something together from this.
Is there any imagery that we might recognize, or?
Oh, there's a lot of imagery
Okay.
you guys would recognize. I just don't really know where to start.
At the beginning.
So,
Yes, you've got our backstories. Give us the breakdown from moment one of everyone's character.
so I
Including
can
the
at least
stuff.
give you certain things. Fernix, very prominently depicted in a lot of the images, is a very large dragon that is not one color, but every color at once.
Oh, it's her.
think I
Uh-oh.
get what that was.
It is
Oh,
only
that's-
single-headed. It is not. Yeah, it is not fucking Tiamat. I'm not using that. I'm not
Aw.
taking that shit from.
Aww.
So it's
from D&D.
so it's like, is it like opalescent or is it just going
Yes.
between like?
Yeah,
okay.
it is opalescent.
Oh, good. It's not a seizure warning dragon.
No,
Just
no, it's not
flashing
Japanese TV.
rapidly between every color. It'll get you to figure out if you're epileptic real quick.
Can you imagine that be sitting on like the church wall though, just like a dragon?
It's like a fucking rave. All you need is the music
Oh, yeah.
and cut the lights, and it's a good time.
Just
Drop some
imagine
fucking
like
acid.
yeah, the
Yeah.
captain mask going on while that thing is like just flashing.
You see underneath the murals like a flashing lights warning.
And twice a month, some kid who's fresh into town gets a seizure.
Religious visions.
Mhm, yeah, I was like the holy water was just they just passed around a bowl and you know dip your fingers in it, put a little under your tongue, and just have some LSD. Let's just
Little tab.
LSD.
Wow.
Yummy, yummy.
now you'll see auras.
For the
They
three
might
of
not be
you
magical.
who started this journey a little earlier than the others, to the left side of the screen, so to your character's right, is a depiction of a woman or man, but they have what appears to be a very large tome held within their hands.
Is there any language or words on the book?
Oh yes,
I'm gonna
Is
figure
it
that's
saying what
probably
I'm assuming it's saying.
It says the Bible.
the only word that you can make out, in fact, languages again. What languages do we have?
common, Dragonese, and Celestial, I think.
Catfolk, Valhenian, Goblin, and Common.
Only things to add are Elven and Orc.
Who has
My
Elven?
only thing,
Elven.
Just Elven?
Elven.
Okay, then
Oh,
you
and
two
Volcarian, I assume is
you're
common.
able to read the only word which is written, at least on this. So that is this part of the wall. I will describe it as this. What is depicted, and Fernix would know this a lot better than others, would be the cycle and flow of arcane energy. The figure that is at the center between all of this appears to be the dual faces of Veies. And one hand is held sort of gently aloft, kind of directing a lot of that magic. Behind the the actual picture of the individual appears to be a large column of vividly painted magical energy, of which a lot of the flow breaks off from. And within their other hand, which is sort of held like this, like over their abdomen, is a large tome with only a single word written on it. And it is, for the two of you who know Elven, it is sort of like going through, 10th grade, and they're like, we're gonna read Shakespeare today, because it's like reading that. But it's one word, and it reads life.
Huh.
The book is depicted as being brighter, as actually glowing brighter than even the person who is holding the book. There's definitely some like chipped paint and furrows that have sort of probably faded a little bit, but it's very obvious how bright it is supposed to be. There are a significant amount of symbols around that, and it's kind of strange because it's like you strain to try and read them because you think, yeah, these have to be other Elven runes, but they don't really make a lot of sense at all. It's like reading random letters that are kind of mushed together, and that's when you can make them out at all.
Phoenix, would if you don't recognize it, the word on the tome that she's holding it says life. I can't make out much of anything else, but does that ring any bells?
Does in fact ring a few. I'm gonna assume, was this depiction of Veies maybe remaking magic?
Well, he points out the one. So, yes, it's she's got a hand up and then the panel of magical energy in the background.
Yeah, I was gonna ask Gray if that is pretty much what the picture's depicting.
Sort of. Well, it's not a creation of the world, or excuse me, or of anything like that, but you can definitely identify that what behind them is probably a pillar of a large well of magic coming out of the ground. The actual flow of the arcane with the symbology embedded within it most likely indicates the control of the flow of magic. However, when it comes to the book with the actual lettering on it, you don't really associate Elven language with Veiesian magic. That generally doesn't. They don't really go hand in hand. In fact, generally speaking, it's Draconic, not Elven.
Usually used to seeing that book depicted with the Draconic word for life on it, which is interesting considering I'm trying to place when exactly this event would be taking place, and nothing's coming to mind, actually. I mean, it's certainly Veies directing magic's flow, but other than the unbound, what I assume to be just raw magical energy behind them, I'm not sure exactly what this is showing, or meant to show anyway.
Forgive me, that book is particular wording. Are you familiar with this book? Is it, like, important for your religion?
It's, out of game is where they keep all the spells and stuff, right?
Well, generally speaking, wizards keep their knowledge in tomes like that, but there isn't necessarily an association with, like... Well, I mean, there sort of is between life and magic, but... You haven't really seen something like this depicted. It seems to be rather specific.
Not usually. It's more that, well, magic is tied to knowledge. I mean, I don't prepare my spells out of a tome. Many of the more sorcerously inclined, they can do that. Some alchemists with a gift for magic do that, but it's hardly necessary for, well, I mean, you don't either.
I don't, but I've seen some wizards do it.
And yet this is sort of depicting magic as, even in a general sense, I would assume being controlled by Veies through this book, with this book.
So, correct me if I'm wrong. There are the two faces of Veies, as you've described, but if this is just one of them, then is perhaps this side is telling the story of one of the faces, and the other side is telling the story of the other. Is
this the gender neutral? It could be any one you want.
It's very ambiguous.
It's not necessarily either one. It's more of a generalized gender neutral depiction.
Well, I was looking in the wrong
Where's everybody
direction.
standing in the room, just so I know like how close to like stuff you are.
Yeah, I was like, we should probably be a little closer to.
Which mural is it?
It's this one.
Okay.
I'm close. I'm just still standing by the bowl. I'm paying attention to this, but like I'm kind of have half my attention on what they're talking about, and also just casually investigating it until they're done with that, and I can investigate it further and more in depth.
If I'm being honest, Sven's probably watching them more than he's watching, keeping watch.
You know what? Ruben is actually going to go see what Sven's up to, because the conversation about the different mythology, he's going to go do this.
And it's quite literally fading into the background.
You don't see me.
You're right. We don't.
So, the two of you standing this
Peekaboo.
close, give me a perception check.
Okie dokie.
Hey, Garugamesh, I can smell you. Oh, what is that stench?
Are you sure that's me?
What? We slowly turn.
Phoenix, you're the one who notices this. So, beneath the actual word life in the book, there is definitely like a lot of the murals around here thinking there might be like kind of half precious jewels that have been used in like, you know, decorations. Not something I feel like normal people would not spend the time to dig those out of the walls, but God only fucking knows with you people. Or that one campaign you were telling me about where they were like stealing all the fucking ever-burning torches off the walls.
Ripping them out of the walls.
Yeah.
I believe it.
Yep.
Like
Yeah,
200
no,
bucks.
this and they're not very big. But in the book itself, you can see what you thought was like maybe an opal about yay big. And now that you're like this close and kind of like maybe like trying to read some of like the Elven script that goes around or try to make it out in some other language, you notice that isn't an opal.
Hmm. What is it then?
It's an eye.
Well, considering you just came into probably about 5 pounds of it, probably more ironstone. Unrefined.
It's more of that same stuff that was in the like squishy pyramid. It's in the mural too, right here. And I just point at it from a respectable distance.
It's
In
pretty
case it's
valuable.
like, now that you've seen it, time for the magic trap trigger. Death to thieves.
I'm right here.
No one said anything specific about a name, but well, as they say, if the shoe fits. I'd imagine we might want to avoid ripping things out of walls at this point. But
Maybe on our way out?
no.
I guess if it has a function, if it radiates magic, maybe I could figure out what it does. I hope.
Maybe it makes the paintings move.
It's entirely possible.
Try to assist. Potentially.
Illusion does make me think you might be right about that.
If it's illusion, I can take a closer look at it myself.
Do the old spellcraft for
I'll
3
try
rounds, I guess.
Try to assist.
I will use 3 of my bardic performances to help you.
Okay.
Oh, you just need 1. It's only 1 round to identify.
Gotcha.
But I need 3 rounds to get the spell in a condition where I'm allowed to.
You don't sense any like, or like are able to figure out like if it serves any purpose. Honestly, it seems to be primarily decorative. But just like the lump of ironstone that you come into possession of earlier, it definitely still has a lot of the same radiation of pretty strong, very concentrated magic.
Vernix, touch the iron stones together.
I think I do have it on me.
You should.
Take it out and look at it, and I'll hold it closer to it. Is there any kind of reaction?
Not exactly. Make a perception check.
Do
I allowed to do one as well?
Yeah, if you're standing this close.
If they mention
Well-
it's illusion, I'll step closer as well.
you got better than mine?
Yeah, well, you got a natural 20, so therefore. Hey, we got 1 this night.
Cool.
Holy shit.
I got one earlier.
Mhm.
Just beating up a chair.
Mm-hmm.
4 defenseless objects. Never stood a chance.
With it being held this close to it, and with that natural fucking 20, you think that you actually see the two of them almost reach for one another.
I knew it. It's like silly putty. Smush them together, Phoenix.
What's silly?
What the hell are you talking about?
You touch them together,
This is-
you get stuck, and you pull it apart later.
Uncannily, you were right. It seems like they might actually.
I knew it. That was my
Mm.
hunch all along.
I don't like this, but suppose I'd rather know than not. And just,
It's the safest way to pull it out of the wall.
just touch them together.
I'm stepping back from that shit.
More or less, they start to mix. Like, even with them barely touching, it's almost like they become one solid object. Although the piece that is contained within it, the cusp in the wall, appears to be basically like, you know, stuck there more or less.
And now just try to forcibly pull it off, I guess.
Alright, give me a strength check. Or a dexterity check,
Sweet.
depending on what you're trying to
I'd
Do Dex.
I'd
That way you can
like
see
to-
you're careful with it.
Yeah, I'd like to try dexterity. Only because I'm not terrible at that.
Yeah, I figured.
Oh,
Hey,
Wow.
holy
Damn.
shit!
We have
1 in
a
400
fucking
chance.
winner! Monty Hall, the door opens and it's not a goat behind it.
Oh, thank God.
You're supposed to switch
I
the
was
door.
gonna- I was gonna say if you'd have a goat show planned, sorry, but I'm out.
Oh my god. You are able to, like, pull it away a little bit. We're actually sort of using the larger chunk to sort of guide it while you're, like, using maybe the tip of your rapier to, like, pry the ring of thin metal holding it within the wall loose. Before finally that piece comes out, allowing the probably maybe quarter, maybe half pound of iron stone to come free.
Despite being some sort of metal, I think. It's very odd. And stuck together almost like that ooze.
Magnets, man, how do they work?
Fire, water,
Dude, for
air.
real though.
How much of it was like stuck in the wall, and can I see anything that might be like connected to it?
I would say, let's go with about a quarter of a pound, and once the piece of iron is free, you don't see anything hidden behind it. It very much was decorative. But
Well,
it
I-
was placed in the book where a lot of other things, like the decorations, were around images. This is probably one of the few, at least, you know, since you guys haven't studied any of the other murals in the room yet, at least here it's the only piece that you've seen, like, within a face or an object like this.
Gilgamesh gives Furnax a slap on the back and goes, "Damn, Furnax, way to desecrate that cultural site like that. I'm
Hey,
proud
now.
of you. I'm proud of you. Glad to see we're not letting our feelings hold us back."
Well, I mean, it's hardly in use anyway, so it's probably better off with us.
Right.
Just a
It's
quick thought. Gilgamesh, you still have that Golem's Bane scarab on, right?
I do.
You didn't get any pings from those statues in the far end of the room, did you?
Oh, I don't think I did. But let me see if I remember. Gray, would that necklace have set the ion stones off?
Within the radius.
Yeah.
No,
necklace?
the statues at the
Yeah, the
bottom.
necklace. Or the statues? Oh, I wasn't down at the statues.
It's still close enough that it would ping.
Yeah.
I think it's within a decent distance.
I think it was 50 or 60 feet. I want to say 50.
I think-
50 is pretty close. It's like, there's a golem, and then it's bashing your head in, and you're like, oh. Good to know.
Oh, I don't think I ever moved it to my inventory. I gotta go to the Vardo to check.
It does not.
Thank
There
God.
definitely is magic contained within them, but the scarab doesn't seem to care.
Perhaps we should continue investigating these murals.
You
Yes.
said
There's-
murals radiate illusion, right?
Well, using illusion magic to move the images, I would presume.
Is
no,
that what's
the
happening?
illusion magic was only on the central plinth, not the actual murals.
Ah, gotcha. I
Right.
misheard.
So then the murals, they're not magic.
Not individually, but
Okay.
yeah.
But they are still color changing. Is it like dependent
Yeah.
on movement, or is it like is it just like you're just staring at it and it just changes between every color before your eyes for
It seems to like kind of flicker here and there, like changing colors to indicate like movement or light or something like that. It's a simple kind of magic, but still impressive in its own right.
Oh. Well, yes, they are enchanted then.
So, take a closer look at this next mural down here.
Okay.
Yes, I think it'd probably be best if we went over all of those and then
So,
went about looting, as it were.
the mural that is below that appears to be, I guess it's difficult to say, but I'm gonna describe it as this. There appears to be a man of some kind, kind of bent over, appearing to be in pain. At least that's in the center. But as it is like radiating out, there are like multiple forms of the change of body, change of size, where what is growing out and out from it appears to be significantly more, increasingly larger, draconic form. Below that, in like almost like a box, as you're standing close enough, like letters, this time in common, appear in this plaque that read, "The gift of the dragon is the gift of control over thy flesh. The gift of the dragon is control over his domain. All that which the book touches is his domain. The gift of the dragon is fire, fire which cares not for whom or what it burns. Burn bright, burn true, burn eternal."
Sounds like wizard shit.
Can you copy paste
Is
that
that-
for us?
Yes.
So you set the book on fire.
Yeah.
First, we
We
have
get
to
the-
find the book.
Well, we get the mural with the book picture in it and set it on fire. It's clearly
Oh yes,
We set
stone.
the mural on fire.
Always known to burn very easily.
Hey, we're determined. We'll make it happen.
difficult puzzle solution, but we got it this time.
Did somebody say grenade?
That's right. The grenade goes in the ancient thing, which is because that's what they put into it, of course, for every sermon.
Of course.
The
Why
gift
would
of the drag.
It makes it very exciting.
True neutral.
Once the script, which appears to be written almost like quickly, as if being burned into it, once it is like complete, it seems to set into the stone itself as if it's always been there.
So the script like appeared when we walked up to it.
Yes.
Oh, that's cool.
Does it go away if we step back?
Not immediately. Perhaps it might, but for now it seems to stay.
Next is
Yeah, I was gonna ask if you had anything because I was like that might not be related to anything I know religiously, because there's already stuff where I'm just like, it's my religion, but I don't know, man.
Daxius, is that an illusion? Gurgamesh points.
Is it radiating illusionary magic? I turn to Vic and Fernix.
Well, considering you just saw script
Magic eyes.
appear, magically out of thin air and burnish itself onto a metal plaque.
Could be conjuration.
Could be conjuration.
Evocation. It just carves its way in.
I think that's beyond the point.
It could be divination if it was displaying an image that was scried from a distance.
Gurgamesh takes all of these jokes like as serious as possible.
Because you have no idea.
Yeah.
Could be necromancy if the wall was considered living.
I would expect it. Yes. to actually answer his question.
Would we have any idea what this is talking about? Like,
Not really. It appears to be disjointed, like you're coming in at the end instead of seeing it at the beginning.
I was gonna ask. I definitely thought we would have made sure to come in at the beginning, but I guess we didn't.
that's what I asked about earlier, but I guess we're not doing that.
I was like, I guess that is probably just so then we'd want to start on the other side, or do we want to go through it in reverse all the way?
Let's start it on the other side.
Does this one look like the next logical step? The top wall left?
The top in the left actually appears to portray what appears to be a woman, most likely a battle mage, in armor, as she kneels upon a set of stairs. With one hand, she casts forward, drawing a torrential wall of water, which throws back what appears to be a charging fist of undead people. And with the other, her palm glows as she magically tends to the wounds of her comrades.
Oh. Okay. Good, I was worried it timed out for me for a second. So that was the next one down?
That's the top left corner. Well, technically, it's the mural that's right here beside the door.
Oh, okay. Oh, so, like, well, 10 of these might be something then. Okay. I guess maybe, do we just want to keep going around that way?
It's
Sure.
worth trying.
But just as a note, I keep reading over the line, burn bright, burn true, burn eternal, and Daxia just turns and glances his eyes at the cauldron in the middle. Maybe it has something to do with that.
The braziers in the corners.
That too.
Let's try to make some sort of sense out of these murals before we start fiddling with things.
I'm just putting my thoughts on the table as we're going through.
No, it's worth considering.
Okay, go next.
I would. I guess I'll wave over to Sven and be like, wait, probably could use some help putting this together.
I
Can just
stroll
close.
on in.
We can just close the doors and make sure, hopefully
Oh,
nothing hears us.
I am still a bit paranoid of, should
As
we
am
not
I.
have at least someone watching?
We should be okay for a little bit, but if we hear any sounds, I think it would be prudent.
All right. I'll trust Vic's ears. They have led us far.
Honestly, I'm pretty confident Vic could hear me coming, so...
That's what she said.
Yeah, but you come pretty loud.
Daxius
Wow.
begins to roll up his second cigarette in the last, 10 minutes.
He smokes a fag who also comes loud.
He rolls faster.
That was,
The kids are calling it nowadays.
Apparently,
Starts rolling,
British
yeah.
people legitimately still just casually use that to, they just call
Yeah.
cigarettes fags. I thought that was something that, I thought that was, old-timey British, stuff that they get upset at you for assigning to them. No. I listened to a podcast where they're all British, and they'll just be like, oh yeah, I saw this guy smoking a fag down the street, and none of them bat an eye, and it's just like, oh, I guess
Yeah.
British people still just use that word.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
they
I
put them
would
on advertisement and stuff.
So,
Man, if one British person calls cigarettes fag, they must all call cigarettes fag. I don't even want to use the word.
Yep, that's how that works.
Well-
Totally.
smoke a fag means very different things in the UK and the United States.
Mm-hmm.
So what are we looking at next?
I'm looking at where the beginning be. I'm using my magical storytelling powers to discern with a dowsing rod where the start of the story is.
I think you can use your eyes. From here, you're able to tell that like I said, the as I've described before, the murals on the top and bottom of the screen appear to be not joined together as part of any story, and technically the on the top left is not either. But the story appears to start here. So, this mural seems to depict a man standing before a large mountain atop which crouches that iridescent opalescent dragon, very old, head kind of curled down, looking toward him. The human man is not dressed specially. He doesn't have a crown. He doesn't have armor, really. No kind of regalia. Even the clothes that he's wearing seem to be rather simple, probably a comet or something like that. And below it, once again, there is another plaque. And as you guys gather around, the light glowing upon it, catching a lot of the colors in the mural, the phrase, "Thus comes man, seeking strength in the shadow of the dragon," burnishes itself across the plaque.
Thus comes man seeking strength in the shadow of the dragon.
I don't think I know this one either.
Oh, I get it.
Correct?
Okay.
Doesn't seem familiar.
Mm-hmm. News to me.
So there's 3 stories on each side, and a brazier that could be connected to each of them. These are braziers, right?
Yes, in the corners.
Yeah. So shadow, this brazier remains unlit.
No, the ones in the center here, these are columns. The ones here in the corner are braziers.
Then I guess this one unlit? I don't know. And this one lit.
Yes.
Because, wait, as far as I was aware, magic came from where exactly?
Veies?
Is that...
It seemed to be focused primarily, like I said, in the central plinth as well as under the braziers.
Oh, well, no, I meant, like... Yeah, I should have specified, like, historically, what is normally the conclusion that magic came from, or if there is any.
Most likely actually coming from the gods themselves, although the way that they summoned them came up literally out of the soil in the form of the wells of magic, of which there are definitely a lot fewer now than there have been historically.
Yep. So, that would bring the other thing to mind, but yes, as far as I was aware, magic came from the wells as directed by the gods, not just Veies, but... Well, all of them collectively?
Kinda, sorta, but primarily Veies.
Veies did a lot of the heavy lifting. So that one over there, that might be a well of magic behind them.
It could be. Is there a well of magic in this country?
The Volcaria, no.
Good question. No.
Not that we're aware of, anyway.
Yeah, no. Knowledge geography would probably actually fall into...
I think I have that.
I think I also have that. I do.
I do. The first time this campaign, I didn't roll that great.
Guidance.
Both of you are able to know that, yeah, the nearest well of magic is within the dwarven skyhole of Ballaloom, which, while technically not within Volcaria, is the one that's a lot of, like, Volcarians seem to gravitate towards, most likely because it's the closest.
I would know that because I'm a dwarf.
Yep, you would know that because you're a dwarf.
Hey, Gurkamesh, would you know that because you're a dwarf?
You know, Daxius, I first want to say, thanks for asking. But yes, I would know that because I, am a dwarf.
Well, I'm glad you know that because you're a dwarf.
Because I'm a dwarf, I know that.
That's right.
Gurkamesh is a dwarf?
He's a dwarf.
His entire time spent thought that Gilgamesh was like a halfling.
Really short
Then you
man.
just thought Gilgamesh was a really ugly human.
I just thought he was a midget.
Is that why you've been so kind to me, Sven?
I just wanted to be polite, not say anything.
That does seem like in character for Sven, though.
Yeah. All right.
So
We
I guess,
go. We already. The one down here is the fire dragon thing, right?
I think it was this one.
Yes.
Fuck. Okay, what's this?
Yeah.
What's
We have
actually?
we have a
let's
few to
let's
go
read the
through.
middle one. Yeah, let's. We've got two of
I
them
did-
down, boys.
Yeah. We thought it was 6. It actually may be more than that.
It's like, boys, we cannot count, but we figured out 1 goes to 2. So
Guys, let's get more than 2 rooms done this session.
the second mural depicts that same dragon significantly at a significantly lower altitude. Mostly its head and neck and profile craned down as the man calls up to them. The man does have a sword in his hand, which he kind of holds loosely, like the tip digging like a furrow into the ground, almost half abandoned, as he kind of reaches out towards the creature with his other hand. The expression on the dragon's face is kind of one of interest. Its eyes are wide, bright, shimmering, and the way that it shimmers is significantly like, well, the stone that you have just taken out of the final mural. Below that, the following phrase appears. And this one is in quotes. It is, "What are you willing to sacrifice for the power you crave, foolish man?" The man replies, "Everything." "Then give me everything," the dragon booms, "for that is the price of power."
Sven looks uncomfortable as he reads this. Like he visibly winces.
Yeah. Phoenix is also kind of radiating a look of just like kind of bringing his cloak back over his shoulder a bit, like
Gilgamesh. Oh,
Go ahead.
no.
Daxius has kind of like turned his gaze down in like contemplative thought after reading that.
Okay.
There are many tales of those who sacrifice too much in the pursuit of bettering themselves.
But power is so much different than bettering myself.
I was trying to be polite.
It's hard to. He's giving his life to a dragon.
I think more than his life,
His legacy.
perhaps even his
Perhaps,
soul.
but things can appear different from different point of views.
Still not sure I'm making the connection with this story.
I think it's.
That's-
Mm.
Oh. Yeah, you go ahead.
It seems like the dragon is a symbol for giving up. It's a terrible power, and the man's giving everything to chase it. It doesn't seem super positive.
Perhaps he thought he had nothing worth having in the beginning. In the beginning.
We should continue on the story.
Yes. Context should be hopefully clear with the rest of these.
I hope it has a happy ending.
From the perspective of someone who has nothing to lose, these deals might appear a lot more lucrative than they would to you and me.
I see.
And we read the next one.
As the others move down, Daxius takes like a few beats longer than the others to pry his eyes away from this painting.
Yeah, Sven's a little solemn as well.
It was a little depressing.
In the third mural, the man seems to have abandoned his sword, dropping it to the ground. He has, with his left hand, reached into his own chest and pulled out to offer to the dragon his own beating heart, with the creature seems to greet with an open mouth and a forked tongue. Below that, the label reads, "I give you my life, my heart, my soul, for the strength I need to conquer my enemies, defend my country, and transcend myself."
Ben is quiet.
Can I make a history late Byzantine to try and figure out who this man might be? Because there's something in the back of my brain that's itching that I feel like this is familiar.
Sure.
Yeah,
I'm gonna.
Could I also
try to
make a
make-
roll?
So I'm saying this out of character because my brain is not very functional. It's Ixthanis that's the one that who went up the mountain to slay the dragon and ascended from that. Is that? Am I remembering my name?
Aethric.
Aethric. Okay.
Stannis was the
That's
first man
close.
to run the trial of the Citadel.
Yeah, that's who it fucking was. That's who I was thinking of, actually. Thank you for that, Vic. But
Should I roll storytelling or should I do history? What should I roll?
History.
Shit.
History is shockingly not that good. No.
Well, considering that the man's face is never portrayed, well, you can see pieces of it, where his eyes should be, where his nose should be, where his mouth should be. But that's about it. He has long hair, his skin is probably sandy to almost like perhaps tanned brown. The clothes are very simplistic, he wears no crown, and the sword that he has in his hand is simple, perhaps that of a mercenary or a foot soldier, if anything at all. In a way, it conjures up the stories of Aethric and his ascension, but the thing is, he never parleyed with the dragon, he killed it.
As far as history tells us.
Maybe it isn't a church. Maybe we should think of it more mythologically.
It could be metaphorical.
Maybe it's the dragon maybe he's just a stand-in for, civilization, letting the dragon's influence into the world.
Well, some sort of bargain was struck. I suppose that's...
A deal with the Ifrit, so to speak.
It would be difficult for most people to survive with their heart actually out of their chest, but I'm honestly hard-pressed to say it's not possible, considering...
I'm sure I could do it, as long as I had you as my healer, Fernix.
Let's not bank on that.
The
I'll
bottom
do it.
mural,
I figured it out. I'll rip my heart out and throw it into the bowl.
the bottom mural does not appear to be
Drop
part of
that.
this story. That one appears to depict what appears to be a wizard, like full robes and regalia, on a battlefield casting crackling rays of pure electricity with one hand, while summoning up a high wall of fire to keep a charging enemy horde of orcs and hobgoblins at bay with the other. The third one in the bottom left similarly appears to not be part of the story. In this one, it is a mage sitting at a long table, casting very surreptitiously under the table. The king's generals and the knights at the table seem to be affected, laughing and drinking, even as wounds are visible on their bodies and weapons lie at their feet.
This is all some very underhanded shit. That wizard was using his power to destroy that army, and this one is using it to deceive the rulers. I don't think they would portray such actions as heroic in a public place such as this.
Depends on who against, really.
Could be.
In the next mural, it appears to get back to the story, showing the man having fallen to his knees, kind of bent back as if in obvious pain. The dragon releases a gout of its flames from its mouth, the same iridescent, opalescent color as the rest of its scales, and the label beneath it says, "Then take my knowledge. Take my heat, take my scales, my wings, my teeth. Read the ancient pages that dwell within my halls and become what your people fear and revere. Read and be man no more."
Interesting. Seems like this may have been...
And can you repeat what this one was? Because this text box isn't super descriptive.
Yes. In the fifth one, the man is shown sort of growing in stages, almost like out of a panel from an old comic book. His body twisting as he grows talons, his neck elongates, and wings sprout. As a full dragon, you can tell the humanity within his has dimmed, and that he has likely made a Faustian bargain. But the dragon did not lie, not even once. In the panel, inside the man's form, as he doubles over, as the transformation sets in, sits what appears to be almost like it's a painting of what appears to be a heart, painted fire red, but not within necessarily his chest, but within the center of his body. That is the last one that I believe I posted the label beneath that, which is still here, by the way. The gift of the dragon is the gift of control over thine flesh. The gift of the dragon is control over his domain. All that which the book touches is his domain. The gift of the dragon is fire, fire which cares not for whom or what it burns. Burn bright, burn true, burn eternal.
And that's what this panel says?
The last panel is the one of Veies holding the book. The Book of Life.
I'm getting a bad feeling about this.
Think maybe fire is the metaphor for magic, and
I think so.
I think it might be blood.
Maybe the dragon is Veies bestowing magic onto humans. Or not humans per se, but people.
It could be.
Or it could literally be fire.
I suppose
Fire in
magic
that
and
panel is the same color as the dragon, so I think that implies it might be a little bit magical. Unless dragon fire is a different color than normal fire.
No.
I wouldn't be able to confirm that. Never so much as a spark myself.
Dragon fire burns hotter. It's hi dog. I know, big girl. I know. It burns different from a campfire, but perhaps not too dissimilar from a dwarven forge.
Alright.
I guess. So then, what relation do we think the last two have to each other? Like the ones like that, like this is how it is, and then the other ones like Veies controls magic.
You mentioned that Veies sort of created or refounded magic. Am I remembering correctly?
That is a thing that they did, right? To do with the wells.
Sorry, say again?
The Veies basically redefined what magic was, or do we not know that that's what happened? We just know that the wells and then magic, and then that's it.
Give me a knowledge religion.
What does can you describe again what this center plinth looks like?
It's the one with the bowl.
I'm gonna try. My knowledge religion isn't very high, but I'm gonna try to assist you with that, Phoenix.
How crazy would
Yeah.
self-immolation be?
Pretty crazy.
Well, at the bottom,
Crazy. I was crazy once.
at
They
the
locked
bottom
me
of
in
the
room.
bowl is,
Rubber
like I
room.
said, the glass-like orb that's kind of set into like the very bottom of the bowl. Clear glass. Based on that knowledge roll, you know that while magic is believed to have been a gift from the gods, it also doesn't necessarily spring from them. It comes from all living things. It comes from the world around you. Perhaps it might have originated within Valor itself, like under the soil, thus the flow of magic through the wells. But magic exists everywhere and in everything. Every living thing, at least. Naturally.
Yeah. I guess I'll just explain that as well. Veies more sort of directs the shape of magic. It's something that's not even really the purview of the gods.
Ah.
Which is probably why that book life depiction is something that we're familiar with.
It's not a very strong connection, but I'm getting the impression that it would be very strange if this final tapestry didn't have some sort of connection to the previous ones. And while I don't necessarily know much about dragons, my impression or understanding is not that they would necessarily have the ability to grant this sort of ascension to a person by default. Perhaps not just a tale of a person achieving this ascendancy, but the sparks of how magic began in the world, or something of the sort.
How intense is the magic on this thing using detect magic?
On the bowl. Probably about
Yeah.
moderate.
Well, then I guess the dragon might be a metaphor too. Although, typically, by attaining mastery of magic, one doesn't lose oneself. Others would say it's the truest method of self-expression there is. But also, they dedicated their whole lives to it, so I think they're probably biased.
It does sound like you're giving up your life to be a master at magic.
That is the calling some succumb to.
I want to investigate this cauldron in the middle, like, in much more closer detail. Try to, like, 'cause I'm aware it's illusion magic somehow attached to it. I just want to see if I can see through that illusion at all or find anything of note. Because I am experienced at looking
Are
through
you
illusions.
playing with a fidget spinner, Lan?
Oh, it's scissors.
Okay.
A danger spinner.
With those of you, nobody's cast anything within the room, have they?
I cast detect magic.
Yeah. I was like, I think I would have cast that one too.
I was gonna say within the room itself.
Yeah.
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 Because it's concentration.
Barry,
so I
I don't see
assume.
your post of it, and Fernix, I think the last post from you using it was not within the room.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, because we were talking about if things radiated magic or not, so.
I'm going to say that Sven casts it now based on the, that is
Sure.
You cast it to get a little bit greater, I guess, information, and the brazier in the top right corner erupts.
Yeah, I kind of thought. However, I still like the idea of self-immolation. Because that really is what the Book of Life mural sounds like.
Until only your heart is
You
left.
just want to burn Garugamesh.
No!
Huh.
It doesn't have to be Gilgamesh. I mean, I think there are plenty of other candidates.
I mean, it's, not the goal, but if the opportunity is there,
Also, you didn't write down the descriptions of the murals on the top of the room, which might be important.
Oh yeah.
Didn't know they were there.
Which ones were they again?
Here and here.
Well, I mean, which ones are they?
Yeah, by the doors.
Well, one you never looked at, and
We did
this one, the top left one, it is a battle mage in armor kneeling upon a wide set of stairs.
Ah,
With one hand, she casts forward a torrential wall of water, throwing back a charging fist of undead, and while using the other to heal magically the wounds of her comrades.
Oh.
In the
That's
top
pretty-
right, it is a wizard standing within his tower, watching a world through a very large floating mirror, casting magic so he may watch and listen to that which happens on the other side. Through that mirror, he watches a group of men conspire around a table with the words, "He won't know what hit him," scrawled up on the magic mirror's surface above one of those men.
Well, I'm cool with just leaving you guys, as apparently my webcam thinks I'm not here.
Bye, Brian.
So I guess I just did.
Well,
You need to, light your room better.
It's well lit!
It's true.
I sorry to break this to you, Sven Barry, but it's not that well lit.
It's just because there's dark walls. I'll have to get a
You
green
need to come up
screen,
to my
maybe.
room and look how I've lit my room up in order to make it just pick me
Dude,
up.
there's a bright light literally above my computer.
I've got
Skill
3.
issue.
Yeah, gray is super bright. Holy cow.
And I've got a candle flickering here. Man. I don't know.
got a candle. I've got a flashlight from 1982. I don't know what could possibly be the problem.
I haven't cranked it yet, though, but...
It's been about 20 years, yeah. I'm having a bit of a difficult time putting together the links between everything, but clearly these are exceptional users of magic in some context.
It was too obvious to just start casting a lot of magic spells.
Was there anything that happened when Sven did that?
Yeah, no,
Yes,
it lit
the-
up the brazier
Yeah, the
when I
brazier
cast a
in the top
cantrip.
right lit.
Okay.
I'm
Maybe
just
There
they're
are-
different examples of spells to use, or maybe they just want to see some spells shown off.
Phoenix, could you perhaps cast a healing spell on myself or Gilgamesh?
You know
I
what?
would love
Actually,
that.
I'm willing to burn literally all of my spells right now.
I was.
Wait a minute, that
I'm
was-
also willing to.
This
Well,
mural in
let's-
the northern left corner.
I'm just gonna start casting fairy fire on random shit in here. On
wizard-
each of
was-
the braziers.
It was that one, right, that lit up?
Yes.
That's
Oh.
matching up with the
That-
types of magic.
If
I
you
think
cast
that might
any
be right.
spells, please make sure you put them into the chat so that I can track it.
I'm
That-
gonna
that'll
go to the
investigate.
bottom left, and I'm going to burn a charm person. Not on anyone, just
Oh, okay. So this one talks about a wizard using divination magic, and
Mhm.
detect magic was divination.
Yeah.
So down
I
here,
think
this
this
is
one's.
enchantment.
Yes, I think so.
Daxius casts that spell, Charm Person, and the brazier in the bottom left erupts.
Hey.
And then
Imagine
this
the
this one's
Southwest.
healing.
conjuration.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
this one's
Let's
evocation.
I don't have
We'll go
any
ahead and-
evocation, so
we'll get rid of summon monster and turn that into cure light wounds.
Okay, thank God. I have one spell that is evocation other than call lightning. Call lightning would
metal.
be, hey, you guys think we have any stealth? Not anymore.
It's somehow very quiet lightning.
I cast fairy fire.
Yeah, I'll heal Garugamesh.
before the braziers light up, do I get anything from my investigation of the cauldron in the middle?
Nothing appears to have happened immediately, no.
Just like nothing from my investigations, trying to look through the magic, the illusion.
Nope. I guess if you wanted to try and
All right.
disbelieve an illusion, you have to give me a will save.
I want to try to do that. That will save is at a +4 if it is illusion. That's what the +4 added.
Nothing seems to change. It appears to be as solid now as it was before.
Well, shit.
Oh yeah,
that's all.
Gilgamesh is actually down HP.
Yep.
Perfect.
I cannot see your health bar.
So great, did fairy fire light this
That's
up?
supposed to be a thing.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for him to roll. Yes, when Sven rolls spends fairy fire, the brazier in the bottom right all lights up. I'm
Yeah,
just
sorry.
waiting for
I
him
forgot
to
it wasn't
roll
baked in.
because that's technically before.
Okay, nice.
Nice.
All right.
Heck yeah, recovered some HP.
All of the braziers are now lit, and this is where we're gonna take a break.
Hey!
Good.
So, maybe 5 or 10 minutes. Let's maybe aim to be back at 8:25-ish.
Sure.
Sounds good to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
On
Sure.
session.
Then we'll be back in just a bit. We'll see the consequences of these
All right.
actions.
There's a
And we're back. At least we think so. There's
More or
been some
less.
bullshit going on back here, but you know, that's the rest of it now, and you never find out.
More wholesome bullshit than normally are talked about. Nobody's
Hey.
given a Christian update today.
Ah, there it is.
There it is. Yep.
It's like
Walk one
something about starting after the break just triggers it. It's like, oh, we realize we've gone this long without talking about Chris Chan. And then somebody says it. It's not even the same person every time.
No.
All right, back to 0.
I do my best not to just talk about it on screen, but you
Days
know.
without an incident, 0.
We need in the overlay some like small sign that says sessions without mention of Chris Chan, and it's just always stuck at 0.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to update it in OBS or anything.
No.
Don't even have to program anything for it.
Alright. So, you guys managed to light up each of the braziers, and as they flicker in a sort of very obviously magical flame, a light begins to be projected up from the central cliff. And a face emerges in the air above, kind of looking towards the door. It is of a man most likely in his late 40s or early 50s, paler skin, kind of a very pronounced nose, hair is only around like the back of his head. But despite all of that, he has, a mustache, goatee, rather bright eyes, and just has a bit of look of joviality to him. He gives like a bit of a smile looking into fucking thin air and says, "Ah, I see you solved our little riddle after delving this deep into a temple we hid so purposefully.
Are you the guy from the mural?
That our rather pointed attempts at dissuading you from this path have thus failed utterly, which makes
I
you
think
either true
programmed.
followers or simply fools." Well, no matter. It was bound to happen, eventually. And in a way, we are glad your curiosity has strong enough to weather the challenges posed to you. For Veiesians, no challenge is too steep for new knowledge. And if you are indeed seekers of knowledge, and not just thieves looking to loot, or soldiers belonging to whatever petty tyrant has taken the mantle of lord around here, the blessings of Veies be upon you.
Give 30 seconds.
He kind of like, his face goes back a little bit, and he kind of looks like almost like a father, or in the way a father would like a son that's kind of shown him like a neat new trick, or learning something rather good for him, but would for you seem rather quaint. For that is what we, the Order of the Blind Monk, ordered here. Knowledge. Good, evil, it was no different. And like you, we couldn't be dissuaded either. We humans have looked to caves, ruins, the vast horizon of unexplored land with insatiable wonder and dreams of glory. As he finishes that up, like his face seems to float back a little bit, and the glass at the center of the bowl seems to move a bit, like kind of emerging up and out, and then begins to spin rather quickly. And up in the dark, like vaulted ceiling, are stars. Just points of light, bright, dim, but very obviously intended to look that way. All over the inside a concave room. The face that is projected up seems to look back and look up to the stars and kind of give a smile and sighs
magic.
and says, "And what better way to chart it all down than the twinkle of friendly stars above our heads?" Sorry,
I'm
sir.
immediately. Oh.
I'm sorry, I was just being a dick. I said I cast a spell magic on it.
You think that would let me? You would let that? I would let you do that? No. Daxis, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, as after a moment of looking at the stars, I am pulling out a piece of paper and I am marking down like all the stars, like constellations and stuff. Like I want to write this down just in case.
Okay.
Could I make some sort of check to see if I could figure out like where this might have been, like location-wise?
A knowledge geography, and I'm not going to give you a negative for something that I'm pretty sure you're well aware of.
Can I also roll that?
I have geography. So,
The time difference, I'm guessing.
Nope.
yeah, I mean, I figured it was a seasonal thing as well, but yeah, I don't have geography, so.
Guidance, Daxius, real quick. I'll,
Yeah, you might want to guidance Sven.
oh. No, guidance, fine.
At a glance, Sven, it's not necessarily easy to figure out where this was. Your people have traveled by the stars for quite an amount of time now, and it's not necessarily alien to you, but it's hard to pull up something like that, like, I guess, like, on a whim. Also, you have no idea what time of year this is, at least trying to figure. And you don't know how long ago this was, so... Perhaps you'll have to reference some other things, perhaps some things you've already collected in order to get a better read on that. Okay.
Furiously writing.
The stars are just like basically permanently projected up there now.
Seems to be.
Okay. Sven, if you had to guess, what location might this be in? Perhaps spring, early summer at the latest.
Nothing from DM.
You have records of it.
I have records of it?
Yeah, under the records tab.
Yeah, so I'm trying to say it in character, but the letters that we found that talked about the blind monks moving the stuff initially was from the latest one was May.
Yeah.
So
That's the
spring, early summer.
That's the date that's on the one they would have written either when they were here or right before they got here.
With
Yeah, that letter was
knowledge-
them specifically saying that they were leaving.
With that knowledge, would I know?
I would say, based on this, it's most likely a more southern altitude, but you have no idea how far east or west. You know it's at least kind of similar to where you presently are, but like, even as you close your eyes and think really hard for like a split second, it's not easily forthcoming.
Could I burn my last inspiration?
Do it.
Sure, if you want to.
In the name of Veies and in pursuit of knowledge, you have to. It's what the temple's all about.
Could I burn my last inspiration, Gray?
I mean, you
That's what goes
could.
in there.
You're allowed to do with your resources whatever you please.
Yeah, I'll burn the last one to figure this out. Now that I have the knowledge from Vic. Well,
Okay.
that he pointed it out.
It is definitely south of here, and you can definitely figure out that it is west of here. Not super far, and by this I mean on a scale of looking at a massive map rather than a local area. And based on the information you have already gathered from the letters that you collected much, much earlier in this campaign, you can definitely guess that the monks most likely did not stay around here that long, and they didn't want to stay near here. For obvious reasons. You're thinking in an area perhaps around... yeah, maybe about that. The stream won't be able to see it. It's on the world map, but it is a decent ways away, but not across the world.
Do you think maybe this could be some sort of indication to where these people fled?
Or it's
I can't imagine anything else it could have been.
could be where
Well,
they stood the ark.
I
So
think
speaking
these
of,
are the same.
The projection, which had sort of stopped a little bit as the man was looking up to the stars, its eyes float back down, looking towards the door once more, and he kind of gives a bit of a smile and says, And if you're expecting a reward, I apologize. It is not here. His eyes swing around to look at the plinth at the very back of the room, where, now that it is significantly brighter in here, you're able to see where there are drag marks, deep drag marks have been gouged into this top stone, and even parts of the floor where something heavy has been dragged. The disembodied head turns around to look at the door, or the area sort of between the doorway and the edge of the plinth, and says, "We moved it. Though I dislike that word. Likely long ago if we were successful. Another mystery lay ahead, and if you deem yourself worthy of finding what it is we studied, brought back with us from those forsaken ruins of better times, perhaps this is a puzzle worth solving. But know this. Some things are best left forgotten, buried deep and lost. There is a reason why that glorious city has been reduced to a shadow of its former self, and stricken from records if my people were at all successful. I would tell you that you may return to whoever brought you here, be they General Braddon in all his imperialistic glory, or whichever strong man has carved out a kingdom over this secluded part of the world, and say that you've found nothing. No weapons for his little war, toys for his megalomania, magic spells from ancient tomes to lay low his enemies. I'd implore you even just lie and say nothing was here at all, but dust and murals. And that Brother Marcus sends his regards. But I wouldn't worry about it too much. You won't ever get the chance to leave to do it."
Ah,
As he
shit.
finishes that, the doors kind of reel shut and slam. And he just kind of smiles and chuckles
Fair.
a little bit.
Do I have time to do anything?
I mean, we weren't exactly subtle in our warnings.
I'm pulling out the wand of gravity bow.
We are seekers of knowledge. But even we know that curiosity killed the cat. And I even pontificated for 2 minutes to grant you the opportunity to withdraw voluntarily. Pity. May Nocturne ferry your souls to a glorious afterlife? We no doubt shall await you to hear all the stories you have lived in the great beyond. Farewell. The visage of his face blinks out, and the stars remain.
That was very ominous.
Well played.
As like a few seconds seem to pass where nothing happens, and then you hear the sound of metal grinding on stone as both of the statues begin to animate, pulling swords from sheaths that previously looked to only be decorative. And we, once I have everything open, are now in combat, so we shall be rolling initiative.
Let's go, baby!
We can never make it back into the
Yeah.
map.
Yeah, it's not happy about my currently viewed scene having no combat encounter, or giving me a currently viewed scene. It's okay.
98% there.
Yeah, I was like, I'm getting the same thing, so I'm like, it's just gonna take a minute.
Gonna look Foundry.
It's doing its thing.
There we go.
I see Bert still stuck on the world map.
I'm doing my best. This world map can't hold me for long, forever.
Shame I don't have my shield right now.
Yes, shame.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was about to be like, you could use mine, but then I'm like, wait, it's metal. I don't.
Hunters can use
I can
metal,
use-
it's druids that can't.
Oh, well, then you definitely use mine if you want. It's +1, but
Throw it as a frisbee to me.
yeah. Now that it's been permitted.
Alright. Combat has begun, and it looks like you guys have rolled rather well. We will start with Vic with, I believe, a natural... No, not a natural 20. 18?
Just 17.
Still good. Alright,
Okay.
you are up.
I would like to start off with trying to identify these things. What
That
skill
would be a
should-
knowledge arcana.
Okie dokie, and this will be with +3.
Okay. They
that's
are
probably
definitely... They're not golems, which is why the Golem Bane Scarab did not warn you to them. They are probably... And I'm not trying to be pedantic, that is actually a category within Pathfinder's, enemy system. They are constructs, basically animated statues.
Okay. I think I do get a couple questions.
Are they single?
Other than that,
Appears to be 2 of them.
That's true.
I'm
But they're
going to go out on a
good.
limb and assume they have DR, so I won't ask about resistances. Any
Are they poly?
weaknesses or special attacks? I don't know how many I get. I think it's like for every 5 past the DC, which the DC is like 10 plus CR.
Okay. So you'll get 2 questions.
Okay, weaknesses or I guess resistances or weaknesses or vulnerabilities is 1, and then any special attacks would be 2.
Well, they do indeed have a damage reduction, which is overcome by bludgeoning. And as for special attacks, naturally they get both keen weapons and rank fighting.
I'm sorry. The image of the most effective way to fight these is by punching them is really funny to me.
Well, shouldn't be too much of a problem for us since I think we're all doing bludgeoning, except for Daxius.
Does anyone
Yay!
have that hammer?
You have it.
Do I?
Yeah.
No, I
Yes.
think it's in the bag of holding.
Somebody
You
has.
you threatened to kill Gurgamesh if he didn't let you have the hammer. So if you don't have the hammer, then I'm going to kill you personally.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. I mean, I'm happy to be holding it because that would be very convenient.
It's in the Vardo. You can take it.
Well, I'm not gonna metagame then.
You had the hammer.
It's in the Vardo's inventory.
Okay. Whatever. I'm not. It's not your turn anyway. I'm gonna activate judgment. Use whatever the one that gives the bonus to attack rolls, because obviously I need it. I think that's justice.
I
Yeah.
think their AC is that high. Although that does not seem to matter.
It's Vic, you know.
Be surprised.
I assume they're immune to mind affecting, so I'm not going to bother with the intimidate stuff.
They have construct traits.
Yeah. In that case, I can just kind of... I'm going to move right here to potentially give the opportunity for flanking if somebody were to approach from that direction. So that's a swift and a move, and I'm gonna go ahead and do one of just a single attack.
Okay.
Not that I can do anything other than single attacks.
That hits. And that does damage.
Nice.
Okay. And that'll be it for me.
How wild would it be if I cast Spike Growth over this entire room?
I don't think it would help.
Kill everyone.
Pretty good.
It would be the opposite of helping because they have DR against everything except bludgeoning, so it literally only hurt us.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I was like, I think it's a fort save to avoid the wounding effect, which they're immune to, as they probably should be,
Yeah, probably.
considering they also can't be healed from it, so that would be kind of funky.
All right, Fernix, it is your turn.
Well, I was gonna get everyone, but now I guess I'll just get whoever I can. I'm gonna just sort of slide past Gear right here, and we'll go ahead and go right there. And do we have any fun material components? No. Oh, okay. It's the divine focus, easy enough. So, yeah. Vernix just kind of makes a lash with his tail. Ooh, sorry, cat. You weren't there a second ago. And there's a sort of greenish line of like sparkles that follows it, and just going to go ahead and do the little chanting, and then after that say, "All right, mess him up." And there's an aura that pulses around. I think everyone except for Daxius, unfortunately, because this is within 30 feet. No, it's everyone within 30 feet of each other. Oh, okay. So it set up the radius wrong. This looks like a 30-foot radius, but the spell is ranged like haste, so it's a 30-foot circle, effectively. So I can get
20-foot radius.
I'd still be within that then, because I'm only 25 feet away.
Well, if I'm trying to give it to Vic, then you're not.
Oh, I see. It's centered somewhere. Okay.
Yep.
Ah, I see.
Which, admittedly, if I thought you could range sneak attack them, I probably would have, but
I probably can.
So, Blessing of Fervor, you pick one of those benefits at the start of your turn. It does a lot of different things, but it can probably help you no matter what you're going to do. I'll say that, and that's going to be the end of my turn.
Giro, if you end your turn within 5 feet of me, I can give you bull's strength.
You know what? I think I might be able to work. But if I think I stand right here.
Could you stand right here to protect me?
Sure. I just want to make sure I've got an enemy in range. I think that was within range. Yep. Okay. I'm going to. Sorry. I'm going to attack one over here. Okay. And going with a power attack. And
wait, we each get the Blessing of Fervor.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So is that just for one?
It's every turn, and every turn you can pick one of the bonuses for that applies for that round.
That's crazy.
So
I can.
So you could get the bonus on attack rolls and dodge bonus to AC and reflex saves, or increase your speed.
I was just thinking of just making one extra attack.
It's for a full attack.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to use it.
Yeah, get the bonus to AC and attack rolls.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll do that then.
I'm trying to get rid of the area there.
Because I moved, it's only a single attack, not a full attack.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That does not hit.
Man.
Somehow, yeah.
Is it with the +2?
I think so.
Did that add?
Yep. Yeah.
It looks like it did.
Oh, undefined. Okay, yeah. Yep, that is with the +2.
Mm.
You walk up to swing at it, and while you manage to get it onto its body, just manage to bring it like a part of its one sword up and just bash it away in time to take a chunk off of the plinth it was standing on instead.
Oh!
Wrong person.
Oh.
What?
Yeah, I love Foundry sometimes. In return, it steps forward and drops the couple of feet to the ground with a almost earth, I guess, shaking thud, and turns towards you, Garugamesh, with a long sword in one hand and a short sword in the other, and just reels back and goes for it.
Okay.
Mikey.
With a 16 and a 25 to hit,
25 hits.
doing 11 slashing
including your-
damage.
You do get a
11.
+2 bonus to your AC, by the way.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm with the +2 bonus, it's only 23. So,
That's it for it. So the next one, the one that Vic swung at and managed to hit, does kind of the same, stepping forward and dropping before turning to unload onto the creature, the person that attacked it. With a 25 and a 15 to hit.
No hits.
Alright. The weapons that it is swinging are metal, and they seem to be okay made, but they definitely have a bit of a unbalance to them in the hands of a construct. And so you manage to catch them with armor and shield and deflect them into the ground instead. Daxius, you are up.
Immediately, do I see a keyhole in either of the doors?
Not from this side. And
Fuck.
you can also kind of tell that they're magically sealed.
Dispel magic.
Knock.
Well, guess we're stuck here. In that case, instead of trying to open that door,
Right.
I'm going to use my bardic performance to inspire courage. And I'm realizing as I'm saying that, I don't think I ever explained how my bardic performance looks to the audience.
Hold on, but wait, was Daxius' first instinct to turn tail and run?
No, my first instinct was to get us an escape route in case shit gets bad and they kick our asses.
Yeah, us.
I recall Daxius saying that he'd leave us quite a few times.
He has said that, yes.
I like to imagine
Make
whenever
sure that-
Axius does his stuff, he does a Scottish dance, which is like basically tap dancing on crack.
No, it's
Or
more of
like-
like a.
Throws in one of like the Russian like crouch leg kicking dances every couple seconds just for fun.
But no, Daxius actually does have like, for the audience, he does have like bells around his ankles that normally don't make sound. Like the bells are actually removed from like, the bell, the part that makes that sound. But as he like moves and he uses his bardic performance, the bells actually begin to like ring along his feet, and he like does like. I don't know what the dance is called, but it's like a warrior dance sort of deal.
There's
I think
many
you have to
different
do it.
warrior dances.
I
I
believe
think
it's
you
called
have to do it.
Yoga.
I think so.
It is a dance related to New Zealanders, and yeah.
Sure, we'll run with that one. But it's a lot. It's focused around like the legs.
Honestly, based on the description of your dance and the
Haka. What is Haka?
it sounds like a Native American dance.
I want, yeah, that is what
It's,
it's inspired by. I didn't want to say it though because I'm a white man and I didn't want to sound,
I give you
problematic.
permission.
It's from the
No,
As the
it's
resident Native American here, I give you permission.
well, I think it's, I think it's,
It's not
I think
as
it's-
potent as the N-word pass, but
but I think it was Maori, so I think it's
Maori,
Native Pacific Islander
Mm.
technically. But I'm not sure. But I just know it from the All Blacks rugby team does haka famously in New Zealand.
Yeah.
So I don't know who, what it's associated with directly. I just know that it's from there.
there's actually a reservation, the largest one currently, where this, like, pretty much what Daxi has described is like a traditional dance that they still do to this day in like very big events.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Where they have a lot of bells on them, and it's kind of a warrior dance, kind of.
Yeah.
Not really, but I forget what.
Yeah,
it's
I was
called.
like, I remember he had something that he showed us that was, I was like, yeah, so it might be more like that.
Yeah, it is exactly as Barry is describing. Very tribal and ritualistic in nature. But from that, you all get Inspire Courage, which is a +1 on saving throws against charm and fear effects, and a +1 on attack and weapon damage rolls.
It's at level 4 or 5. Bard level.
1 second.
Oh yeah, because you'd be.
Oh, it is a. That's right. I completely forgot about
That's
that.
true.
Yeah, so it is actually a +2 bonus. Thank you for catching that.
Wow.
Well, I've got the buff
Oh, wait,
here.
no.
I need to know what bard level
No, it's
you got.
sorry, it's 5th level actually, not 4. I'm at 4th level bard. It's 5th level when it increases, so it's still +1 actually. Never mind. But next
okay.
time I get a bard level.
That would be good to have. +2 is
Bingo.
great to have.
There's the buff if you want it.
So what he's saying
Thank
is he's not doing the French mistake.
Hmm.
And he's definitely not doing
Yeah.
the time one.
It's Gangnam style.
Yeah, Daxis is just go Oppa Gangnam style.
It's like, yeah, I'll make one for my spell here real quick too.
They were just in the way. Right.
Oh, sorry, but that is I can still hide as part of a movement, so I'm going to move 15 feet and attempt to do a stealth.
Okay. Okay.
Crouching behind that, and I end my turn.
Sven, you're up.
I take the dodge AC, and I give Garugamesh full strength, and that's
Oh,
my
yeah.
turn.
There you go.
Good.
Oh, you can extend it if you want, or whatever.
No, it's
But the
7
dodge-
minutes as is.
Yeah, still.
Vic,
I'm
you're
like
up.
that is one where I'm like, I'd like to find a use for that, but it's very situational.
I was thinking about that. I was looking over each of those, and I was like, could I? No, it's already 7 minutes.
Yeah, I misremembered and thought it let you empower, and I was like, oh man, and then I'm like, oh well, it's
Yeah,
not
I was
good.
looking, and I was like, is it empower? Damn. Anyway, +4 strength.
ish.
Thank
Good.
you.
Pretty quick turn.
Guess that's back to me. I'm gonna hop around of Bane. Get the extra attack. So I'm just gonna do them individually because I don't think I can do it any other way.
Okay.
Let me make sure my whatever. Apparently this buff isn't set up correctly, I think. So it's supposed to have an extra +2 damage per hit. But anyway. First attack,
Hits.
second attack.
Hits.
Nice.
Okay, yeah, and both of those do 2 extra damage because the enhancement bonus is not being improved by the Bane.
Okay.
I have set up, so 4 total extra damage.
Oh yeah.
Fenrir's bite just loves to be able to take chunks out of this with each swing. It's just mouth open, grabs around stone and just spits it out as it comes out the other side. You managed to pull a decent amount of stone, kind of glowing on the inside, out of this creature, this animated statue. Probably venting a little bit of frustration that you've had over the past, how long have we been playing?
3 hours, I think. Last time I checked
Oh,
the
man.
time.
Well,
I was thinking more like 9 months, 10 months.
Ah.
11 months now.
Yeah. It's like the first time I've hit 2 attacks in a row.
It's-
Actually.
3, yeah. It's much better than 0.
Vic's the MVP.
All right.
our trooper.
is that all you're doing for your turn?
If that's where Gilgamesh is staying, then yes.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, you are flanking it with Gilgamesh.
Yeah, but that would have just affected the attack bonus, which I hit anyway. So
Yeah.
it would have been a +4 because of outflank, just for what it's worth.
All right, Furnace, you are up.
Well then, let's just not worry about the buff at the moment. Yeah, I'm seeing that there's a lot of statues that we're fighting right now. And you know what statues have?
Magic.
They have bases. And you know what likes to pee on the base of a statue?
Dog.
A Hound Archon.
This is a little bit of a tenuous link.
He finally gets to hit something. Give him that. Okay. They're outside.
And we'll toss Mr. Jax out. I was like, can I just grab the...
I think so. You should be able to.
Yes.
But, you know, I don't always trust the thing we set up right.
Let's see. Alright, well, you know what? I was like, right next to Giro. Oh,
Oh, it's because it's... Okay, yeah. It's using the image for its, one picture, but, now you know it's
Yeah,
prototype
I was like-
token.
yeah, that one does have that. I'm gonna also give myself the bonus to attack and AC, which is not something that he needs to worry about, because he's just gonna make his full attack.
Fix that.
And let's see, we do have power attack. Let me just see real quick here. What was his BAB? 6? Okay. So yeah, sure. So this will be with power attack applied.
God damn.
It's like, I think he's just... Oh no, he does have the full attack, damn. Well, I'll need to make another one of those to try confirming.
Unfortunately,
Oh, right.
slashing.
It's slashing and it's a construct, so...
Right.
Still,
So
You do
then-
3 damage.
Up, look, 1.
Wait, hold on. What's the...
Yeah, because...
So the
wait a
damage
minute,
is
it's
split
got-
into 2.
It's 2d6.
Oh, it's because... Because I remember this was... I was like, for whatever reason, the Great Sword was implemented like that, and I'm just like, oh, okay. So, the other ones just hit roll to 5.
It's all going to the same damage, but
Yeah, and then this is the second attack on that one. If it... Oh, wait. Hold on. I almost made a mistake. It's fine.
Still hits?
Okay. So, 1 less damage than the first attack. And then that means he's going to have to power attack with the bite, which we can double check the damage if it... Nope, usually doesn't matter.
Nope.
But yeah, he appears with a couple of quick cross slashes to the thing's back. And it's just like, finally, some action. And
Immediately
that-
dismisses him.
Mhm.
it just gets dispelled. Yeah,
That is so
that's-
funny.
that'll be it.
You are up.
Well, so can I still use Fernix's buff from earlier?
Mhm.
Okay.
It's for a round per level, so it should last this long. As long as the combat, hopefully.
So I can make 1 extra attack as a part of a full attack as a
Mhm.
full action. Okay. And then,
If you want to just do another single attack, that'll be
Yeah.
effectively it. Which one are you attacking, though?
Sorry, I'm in character. Gurugamesh might joke that he's stealing your kill, but I'm just trying to take down this construct that you're fighting.
That I'm doing totally
It's fine.
fine against on my own.
Oh, sorry. Would it actually be a
Do whatever you want.
No, sorry. I was trying to I was playing strategically. Right. I'll let you have the kill on that one then.
There's one of them about to eat you.
Yeah. Well, I was worried about. I thought Sven was getting a bonus from blocking me, or from me blocking him.
Nope.
No.
Well, essentially, by you being there, the golem will aggro on you first, and also if it wants to move to attack. Actually, no, I don't think it'll get attack opportunity, but still.
I'm gonna
Unless
assume
it was
that you
enchanted
attacked
by
the one
assholes who
that
are like,
was attacking you.
they're
Yeah.
like, these are vague spell motions, just attack anyone doing this, and the golem just like ignores everyone and just crushes the spellcaster's head.
Yeah.
You need to take
know.
5 foot step away from that one to get it with your hammer, though.
Yeah.
But it's not a golem.
For some reason, it has a. Yeah. Okay.
So yes, you managed to step away from it. I mean, you've already hit it twice.
Yeah.
Bringing it up, and as it like almost tries to go to pursue you, you manage to bring the hammer down and just more or less split it in half vertically.
Mm.
As the stone crumbles to the ground, the veins that were glowing within just sort of go dormant.
Dang. That went down easy.
All right. Is that it for you?
It is.
Okay, this one's going to continue on attacking Vic with a 28 and a 23 to hit,
It is.
doing 5 piercing damage with its short sword.
Okay.
Alright, Daxius, you are up again.
Daxius raises his crossbow up and aims it at the creature and thinks for a second. It can't be this easy. He's gonna continue to use his bark performance, but he's actually gonna hold his action in case anything else shows up, because one, I'm not gonna be able to do fuck all damage to this anyway. And two, it'll probably be dead next turn anyways, even if I don't attack. So I'll just hold my action in case anything else decides to rear its ugly head.
Okay.
Yeah. It seems kind of suspicious how easy these went down.
That's
Well,
all I
to
do.
be
designed this,
fair-
like 6 months ago, I think.
Oh,
To
really?
be completely fair, like, the expected people to come in here are, like, historians and mages. Not
Fair enough.
physical.
If it
Yeah.
was just like Phoenix and Daxius, they would have eaten them too.
Yeah.
First level soldiers might be more vulnerable to this.
Alright,
Yeah,
you are up.
even just, like, highly competent mages would just get smashed by these boys.
Yep.
I don't really want to get close to them. I think I'm just gonna spend the turn looking around the room to see if there's any other threats that could be coming. Because I don't think I can really help in this, and I don't really want to get close into melee without my shield.
Okay. I believe it's back to you then, Vic, right?
Oh, right. You can grab mine if you want.
I guess I'll roll a perception check just to look around.
Okay. You see the room.
Because, like, I'm not gonna do damage to this thing anyway.
Alright, Vic, you're up again.
Okay. I'll leave the bane on because I've still got a few rounds left. I'm just pressing this again so it actually goes through. Takes down.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't require an action. With that, and because I'm flanking, I'm going to go ahead and use my swift action to switch my judgment over to the destruction, which gives the damage bonus.
Okay.
And I'm going to use the fervor to do 2 full attack or 2 single attacks. Here's the first one.
That is a
That's without the +4 with the outflank, so that would be a 20.
Okay. And that is also a hit. How would you like to do this?
Hey.
Yeah, I think just starting from the bottom, just chipping away chunks of stone until it just collapses in on itself.
Alright. Once again, the stone within this seems to glow a little bit, bluish, greenish, before finally sort of dying. And with that, we are out of combat as the room comes to, I guess, quiet once more.
My work here is done.
Are the
And
braziers
then
still
he
lit?
stands there.
Yes, they are still lit. And as you finish that, like the creature's coming to what qualifies as an end for them. You basically hear like a bit of a chuckle, and then one of the walls recedes and a door opens.
Sprint through without looking.
Oh, wait, which?
No.
Actually,
Which
behind
door?
one of the murals.
Oh. Have we inspected the
Ooh.
altar yet?
Everything.
Oh,
mural
hold on.
Specifically. No one walk in here, and I stare daggers at Grugamesh before we check it.
I wanted to check out the altar. Did we already do that?
That's
Not
where
really,
the
no.
arc was.
Right here?
I really want to go in there,
Okay.
Just wait a
but I
moment.
really shouldn't. Gilgamesh, you do it.
Luke's just going to be
Oh.
brushing some of the stone out of the mouth of the Morning Star as he walks up. So I suppose I feel like we're supposed to assume this is some kind of trick, but
I'm assuming it's in trick until proven
So-
otherwise.
The altar, like I said, it is very obvious that like some sort of like rituals were done here. But as the floating heads did state, there are very obvious gouges in the stone where something heavy was placed upon it and then dragged heavily across it. The door that has opened seems to go into probably what would pass as like some sort of strong room, where now very old weaponry and gear like that appears to have been accumulated. Like many of the other rooms, it is quite obvious that this room was probably not ransacked, but people went through here rather quickly before they had to depart. What is left behind hasn't really survived very well, except for a single chest to the south of the map.
before we go in, I'm just going to look around to see if there are any traps or any magic symbols that might be hiding anything.
Wait, Fernix, send him in.
Yeah, because I'm like, Jax just comes up as they're talking about sending people in and is going to walk in. And he has a bunch of Hound Archon things. I know he has Detect Evil as a sense.
I think Vic does too, technically. Just that
Yeah.
in 6 months.
I was like, you've got whichever Detect alignment you want, I think.
Yeah.
Then he's got Scent too. That was the other thing.
Okay. So,
Get a roll to check for traps and stuff.
Nope.
Yeah.
nothing
Which,
happens as
looking in,
the
like, trying to
summon
get
goes
in.
inside.
Does he
Turns,
smell evil?
turns back to look at Phoenix. You associate with such cowardice? Shameful. Keeps
Not-
walking around in the room,
Whatever.
swinging his sword.
I'm gonna go
on his shoulder.
while they're doing that. I want to go try this door.
And this is the one time that us walking into a room doesn't result in the person getting shot in the head.
Yeah.
The single time. And it's because it's none of us going in.
Yeah, totally. That's totally why.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, that is intended as a personal attack against you, Gray.
Grugamesh goes and opens the chest over here.
You open it up,
Nick.
probably expecting there to be like some ridiculous level of treasure or some shit like that, and there is not. There is a single book which has been perfectly preserved, most likely magically.
Gilgamesh, since he's the only one over the chest, he just closes it and doesn't say anything because the book probably means nothing to him, and he walks away.
Nice.
Can I check these two chests in the top right and left?
Like I'd
Those
Gray, anything on the doors out here?
No, the doors have not opened. They seem to be locked again.
Fringe.
The chests near the door, they weren't nearly as left alone. They were already open and like kind of pulled out, but still couched within appears to be a bag of coins, which I'm just gonna type it because I don't want to bother saying it because let's record things.
While Daxius is going through the treasure, I'm gonna nudge him and say, "There was a book on that one down there."
Oh, did you read it?
No, I just thought it was odd.
Gray, what does
There's
the
a
ceiling
book
look like
in a
here?
holy temple. You think that's odd?
Well, I mean, they took everything else. They left that behind.
Gray, what does the
Okay,
ceiling
you
look
do-
like in here?
It
Check
is
mine.
pretty much
I'll
flat,
check
kind of
it
like
out.
being in the other rooms in this building, except for the main temple room.
Oh, I can get us out of here then.
I'll check
Considering
the
what-
book later.
considering what we were just told, I would be careful. Could be literally anything in there. And they left it.
I mean, it's pretty. Like, this is the Book of Life, right?
Well,
It doesn't look that nice.
yeah, I'm like, I guess we'll go over then. Jax is just gonna look over at Vic and be like, I see you were wounded in battle. Good job. And then casts aid on him and blinks out of existence. Because I assume it's been 7 rounds.
Probably by now, yes.
Yes, though. Do you know that fellow, Phoenix?
Old
Is that
drinking
me?
buddies.
I'm going to actually. Dex is gonna take like a minute or two and just in the corner begin like taking the gold he found and just divvying it up into even piles for
It
all
is
5
the
of
same
them.
old coins as well.
Ah, it's old coin.
Yeah.
Are these still legal tenure?
Yeah, they'd be worth the value that, that they would be now.
All right. Yeah, I just start divvying it up, and eventually, when I'm done, you all get that amount that Vic sent in the chat.
Well,
I guess I'll go over the book then and start, immediately detect magic on it.
Well, it is indeed magical. The book itself seems to be kind of plain. It's very obviously some sort of maybe wizard's tome, but it's whoever's it belonged to probably wasn't very high up the rungs.
Oh, jeez. Well, if I explode, then roll off to see who gets all of my stuff individually.
I mean, if you'd like, I can open it.
I got it. Me as well, right? And then just open the first page.
You open it and you find, honestly, relatively average-looking spells, things you probably already know, but as you're flipping back through it, you finally get to it before you realize that whoever wrote this book wasn't just casting spells, but was trying to make their own.
Oh. This is... Well, actually, this is much more advanced than anything I've worked on, or at least covers a lot more bases.
So it contains within it the parts of the 2 spells that you had sent me, but would require some amount of time, as well as a third one, which appears to have been some sort of... maybe like a kind of prank spell but it was used to try and make people just retch. Unsuspecting
Nice.
people they could walk past and just say, do their spell and watch somebody go.
That's pretty good though. These are, yes, a bunch of partially finished spell formula.
And they've been here for the 400 years since the blind monks left.
Yes. So it might not work, but actually the fundamentals seem to be there at least, so...
You think you could salvage it?
I might be able to finish it up and then make something of it. As it is now, I can't say that find a dearth of buyers.
I'd be interested in seeing them once they're completed.
Oh yes. Please demonstrate retch.
There's some sort of a retching spell and some sort of a spell that relates to a weak force. I don't know what that means. And another one talking about shelter and the shadow plane. This one I'm not particularly familiar with the fundamentals of it, but it seems promising enough. I mean, they're about halfway done, so.
Shelter in the shadow plane.
Okay, that's
Setting up for something that I'm gonna do while they're doing stuff.
Okay.
But yep, I close up the book and I'm just like, well, it's definitely not an explosive runes or 6 in there. But it could be something potentially explosive.
Perhaps you simply didn't find the right page.
I'm sure I should flip back through again. Hold my face real close.
Alright. That's about
So-
what you find in here.
I cast Detect Magic and I look at the ceiling.
It is stone?
No magic on it.
Not really.
All right, I cast Soften Earth and Stone at the ceiling
Why?
to make a tunnel over the doors to get out.
But
There's already
is
a
this
door
way
out.
lead out?
Wait, there is?
Yeah.
This one?
Oh,
Is that I was going
That
to
wasn't-
ask if it was an actual door because I could see through it. I didn't
Yes,
know
it
if that
is a
was an
door.
error.
that
'Cause there-
that wasn't.
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't discover that.
Yeah,
Oops.
we were all walking out and Sven's
Why?
like pointing at the ceiling. If I can make a hole.
It just like, what are you doing, Sven? And he's just like, oohs in the...
Who is this Pepe Sylvia?
I could have done
Let's
it,
not
guys.
charge too Gurgmesh, please. It's not charged too far.
Too fall.
Too far.
Too fort.
Fortnite?
Too far to fall.
No, Joel. Too fort is a TF2 joke.
I know what too far is.
Come on, Joel. Fucking Zoomers, man.
I fucking hate Fortnite with a passion. You will not catch me dead playing that game.
Why don't you like Fortnite?
Guys,
Cringe baby
we
game.
We can't be saying this stuff on stream. We'll lose our
You're
Zoomer
right.
audience.
Yeah, that's where they
Right,
announced
all of our
Gauntlet
followers are
coming
gone.
back in the new Star Wars movie. What
Guys,
could we talk about that?
I just checked stream analytics, 0 viewers, which is surprising considering 3 of us have the stream loaded.
That's right.
All
I
right.
was like,
yeah,
I'm
Gurgamesh,
in there too. I
as
should
you
be.
go forward, you recognize sort of the way that you came in. Like you can see around boot prints in the mud, and like some of the prints as the mud peels off upon entering the room.
I finger the prints.
Yeah, I'd been up this way.
I hear he was into that.
That is the artist formerly known as Prince.
Oh, right.
Somehow, not gay. Still weird.
No.
Just not gay. Not
As far
that,
as we
we
know.
queers have a monopoly on being weird, but it'd be nice to, like, if you chair.
Okay.
Good to not be typecast.
That's right.
So this way is safe, Grugamesh?
I believe so. I didn't run any traps when I was here.
I'll trust you.
There seemed to be another path down to the east.
Right. I'm
There's
gonna
a
go
door.
inspect the water up here, though.
Isn't that the river you mentioned you came from?
I just want to see if I can go up it a little further. How is it able? Gray, am I able to walk through the water?
Yeah, I mean, you walked through the water to get here. The time you fell down a fucking 60-foot shaft under a house.
Well,
and
you
somehow
know,
managed to roll minimum damage, or damn near.
yeah. Well,
Bullshit.
wasn't sure how the water had changed down there.
Yeah, it is about like knee to thigh height usually, and you're able to move through out of the map.
Yep. Apparently, you can move. Yeah, there's nothing over that way.
It does go for a while. Just goes and goes and goes. Those of you who are still within the temple, you see one final door. Metal, just like a lot of the other ones, and rather, you know, unassuming.
Considering there's...
Don't worry, if he goes
Considering-
out of the map a second time, I'm dropping his ass into the back rooms.
the backrooms.
Guys, you'll
I'm
never believe what I saw over there. It was just nothing. Pitch blackness. The tunnels dropped off.
The backrooms monster when they fight Garugamesh.
All the walls just look like a weird reverse of the way they normally appear.
I feel like there's a 50-50 chance Gurugamesh would survive in like the monster version of the back rooms.
Maybe. I think maybe.
Well,
I become a
considering
Yeah.
this, there's like a threshold between here and the door. I want to, Vic, I want to check this room for traps. Call me paranoid.
Yeah, I can't actually see him from my current position. So.
I apologize.
Okay. I'll stand here, check the room for traps, and see if there's anything on the door as well.
Alright.
I assume somebody's assisting.
Yes, always.
Well,
Don't notice anything.
Well, I don't seem to see anything.
All right.
huh. Just one small room with a locked door. That's interesting.
You do
That's
notice
just so
here.
parts in here, especially like maybe about eye height that might have been hooks. So it might have been a cloakroom.
Mhm.
That's the nicest idea for a room full of hooks.
They're like wall hooks. They're just like little fingers.
Yeah, they're like, you know, not big.
Gotcha. When you said a room full with hooks,
No.
my
it's
brain
like
just went
four
like
of
a.
them.
Okay.
Like,
Okay.
You can store your coats and your pig carcasses.
Yeah.
Yo ho, the hooks we never
Yes.
go.
Yes, we hang pigs off of those. That's right.
Yeah, I definitely have a lot of experience with that personally.
Well, aren't you a pig farmer? You didn't grow up in Kentucky.
I mean, I grew up right across the street from a farm, but I don't think that counts. I could hear the cows screaming at night.
What's funny is that like there's also a farm at the entrance to our neighborhood.
I live in Amish country, so
It's Kentucky.
There's just a lot of farms out
There-
here.
There's literally 3 farms that border us, like
Yeah.
our neighbors.
there's
I love
probably
having
used to be
farms
a
around
tobacco
though.
farm.
Don't get me wrong. The nature
I'm
is
just-
great.
I'm in a residential area. There's no farms in sight.
Well,
When I was living in college, there was a farm attached to the college.
Well, your college was in the middle of nowhere.
My college was surrounded on all 4 sides by cornfields. It's not a joke.
yeah.
Wow.
It was really pretty though. Like, don't get me
Yeah.
wrong.
It's a great area.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Just
There's
look-
a single door on the other side, and as you guys cross over it, you find that it is indeed locked.
I go to bring out my tools and I stop for a second. Hey, Gilgamesh,
Yeah.
you wanna show me how much you've learned?
I don't actually have any
Yes.
lockpick tools.
I hand you mine.
I don't have any. I don't have any points and disable device.
Try it. You only learn through trial and error.
All right.
Only.
Well,
Only.
just let him. I want him to see if he can get this. Well, fuck.
He gets like a couple seconds into it and then just like falls against the door and like you hear something bend a little bit.
Yeah, Daxus just goes wide-eyed.
I may have never done this before.
I thought you said you were practicing.
Why does it look like you're holding a crack pipe?
This isn't how you hold it.
It's
Hold on.
those were masterwork tools, I swear to God.
That
You try
Still
again, you don't get much
probably
better,
sound
but at least you don't damage
No.
anything this time.
Hold, not to be awful here, but don't you break lockpicking tools on that ones?
can.
They are masterwork. I don't know if that helps with that.
Well, if they get the broken condition, it's just a -2, which effectively makes them
Regular tools.
like normal
Yeah.
tools.
I have mending, so
Ooh, that would help.
I have a few spells left if you'd like me to try the previous trick.
Try one more time, Gilgamesh. Third time's the charm.
All right.
You definitely do better. You think you actually get a couple of the tumblers this time, but it still doesn't give way.
You see,
So I think that would
practice
still have
makes
to be a
perfect.
10 because it's untrained.
The result will be the same.
Those sounds mean you're doing it right.
Here, you take them. I hand them to you.
I take a close look at them. Are they like bent?
On a natural one, yeah, he's managed to bend them to the point where you're gonna have to replace a few of the picks.
I'm really sorry, Daxius. Please let me. Please let me. When I buy a set of my own, please let me replace yours.
the first time that he's ever offered to pay for something for someone else.
Don't get
Well, I mean,
mad.
dwarf, if you
Mad.
break another dwarf's
It's not his
tools,
fault. It's not his fault.
He tried to steal a cigarette
that
and you're
is-
handing him back.
It's okay. It's fine, Gilgamesh. I can get them fixed. It's fine. And he will bend down and try the lockpick. Pay close attention, Gilgamesh. I'm going to show you how this is done step by step. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I will.
Daxius Senpai.
I want to actually take 10 for the purpose of like teaching him, showing him like step by step, like doing it slowly.
Okay. Sure.
So, simple device. Take 10.
I'm just gonna say with enough time, you're able to finish the job that he started. It takes, you know, a nice minute or two before you're able to finish up the work that he started, and the last tumbler turns, and you're able to twist it and unlock it.
And voila. That's how it's done.
The master at work.
I wouldn't consider myself a master, but I appreciate it. And I'm always willing to... If you want further instruction on this, I'm willing to offer it.
Private lessons, I'm hearing. Wink, wink.
Daxius silently opens the door.
Who's standing in front of the door?
I am.
Technically, it would be
guess
me,
I'm
because
not.
I was lockpicking it.
My input.
Then give me a fort.
Oh god, I didn't
A
check
fortnight?
the trap. I'm fucking dumb.
Give me a
I hate to point this out, but I did say that was the only room before where we weren't going to get shot in the face immediately upon opening it.
Yep.
The two of you in front of the door will take 13 lightning damage, and Daxius, you are paralyzed for the next minute as a solid bolt of lightning comes from the far side of the room at about 3 foot off the ground and just goes right fucking through the two of you and cracks off into the distance.
Does it hit me?
I guess it would since you're standing in that line. No, I'm gonna say that the two people standing right in front of the door absorbed it.
So that was 13.
13.
Never call me an unfair player.
Oh shit.
There is a loud bang as the lightning goes off.
Daxius, you have to
hits
be a
the
little more
ground like
still
a
than that.
bag of fucking bricks.
You're not trying hard enough.
Yeah, I just jump when that happens.
Apologies, I apparently missed that one.
I don't know why, but
oh,
I
is he-
imagined Fernix when he said that he jumps when that happens, doing the me jump and spin.
John, your background's somehow backwards now.
Mhm.
Oh, it is.
Somehow, yeah.
It's right side. It looks right for on my end.
I know, but on
Yeah.
my stream,
Yeah,
it's
now.
backwards.
Appreciate the commitment, Joel.
Yeah, Joel's
Yes.
still frozen.
Is everyone? Oh no, doesn't look to be. And I'm assuming I can tell that he's stuck in place.
Yeah, like you can tell that he's like paralyzed. A little bit of, foam at the corner of his mouth.
Well, it looks like you're still breathing, at least.
Let's just not
You can even
jinx anything.
At least he's on his side, so he won't, swallow his tongue.
So we're gonna throw a remove paralysis on, I guess, us 4, which is free 1 or more creatures from the effects of temporary paralysis or related magic, including spells or effects that cause a creature to gain the staggered condition. And if, actually no, in that case I'll just cast it on him because I forgot the group effect is it gives you a bonus. So if I just cast it on him, it just negates it.
Fucking.
So yeah. The sound like a popping in the air around him.
Thank you, Fernix.
Oh, I don't know why that's so funny that John changed his picture to that.
Great.
I didn't even notice.
So this is what the Amish meant when they said that photos steal your soul.
Alright. What you guys see inside appears to be one single large suite room. With a king-size bed at the far end table, a roll-top writing desk, a workbench, and a few lighting instruments. Also are the remnants of books on the desk, which you notice that while the other ones have been kind of ruined by time, these have been burned. On the ground beside the writing desk appears to be what must be like a waste can or something like that, upside down, with some stuff kind of spilled over, sticking out underneath.
I'm gonna walk over to inspect the books.
You cross over, and you can definitely tell, whoever was here definitely wanted to erase what they had written here. There are bits and pieces that have survived, just corners of the couple books that are on the desktop, and you can kind of see that they're most likely the remnants of a personal journal or maybe records or accounts. Stuff that had spilled over onto the floor and into the waste can kind of shows remnants of things might have been pushed off and over as well. But it must have been done in a hurry as it was, flipped over.
Sven, these books look like something you'd be interested in. Can you restore these? They might be important.
I don't know about the restoration of books, but I walk in and look over them. Who knows? Is there really any way to tell?
Give me a perception, the people in the room.
Okay.
I smell the books.
I just remember you being interested in restoring those library books.
I'm gonna say Sven sees this right before Garugamesh does. Vic, you're a little focused, just kind of seeing what else is in the room, because this is probably the best, partitioned and furnished room that's been in the temple. So, but the other two, you notice that there is the corner of a book sticking out from underneath the trash can.
I'll bend down and just pick it up and flip it over.
This one has been burned somewhat, but it seems that being pushed into the can and having it flipped over might have smothered some of the flames. And it being covered with, papers and cloth and other stuff that was within the can seems to have preserved a lot of it. I have made in the, items, the journal section, a journal available to everyone reading Burn Journal.
Oh boy.
Ah.
Somebody should probably read it actually for the stream.
I can do that.
I can do that.
I could also do it if I want.
Let's all do it at the same
You could
time.
you could take turns.
No, we'll all do it with a 1 second delay between the next person starting. So one person starts, the next person waits a second, and then they start from the beginning. So it's like that row your boat thing.
Yeah,
it's just harder
around.
to force any sort of meaning out of it.
Yeah.
That's right.
No cancer.
I feel like that's the only logical progression.
No, I
To
agree.
the tune of row your boat, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, so we'll be reading the book. You just sing row your boat.
that's right. Over top.
Yeah, it's adding to the ambience. It's very important.
All right.
Be sure
There is
if they
no-
raise their voice, you raise your voice louder to compensate, so that the volume is the same all the way through,
All right.
relatively.
No,
I can read it though for
yeah,
for
go for it.
realsies.
All sick. Those who delved into the vast network of tunnels and holes beneath the city, some of which I do not believe are man-made, tell stories of how seeing.
Guys, I'm having a stroke. I'm
You
sorry.
want me to read it?
Uh-huh.
Tell
stories
stories
of
of
seeing.
seeing how it pervaded the stone and where large quantities of it existed. So men lingered too close, too frequently, eventually grew weak and mad. Yet, despite that, it doesn't affect its power, usability, or versatility whatsoever. Even knowing the danger, I couldn't help but desire to preserve such a powerful artifact. We would not follow the god of magic if we desired to impose morality above utility. No matter the effects exposure may impart on those around it, I will not abandon it for someone far more dangerous to stumble across. Because those men are unlikely to be, like us, for we know the risk we endure to progress for progress and the greater good of the thinking man. But that is as far as I am willing to go to impart a greater morality upon the world, only insofar as it simultaneously serves the desires of Veies and their ideals. The knowledge we may glean from inside the Ark is greater in value in our hands than lost or destroyed. As Brother Laconis... No? Laconis? Is that right? As Brother Laconis has stated, and seeing as he is a man of natural philosophy as much as one of the arcane, I'm inclined to agree with his positing that dangers can always be negated, no matter how powerful they seem. Magic will prevail. It can and will defend us, though we know it is a mask with two faces and can easily bite us. Veies says as much, and we must merely hope not to suffer its effects. I have prayed to Veies for guidance and have received no answer, but instead a feeling. The feeling in my heart is that what we do is right, and the magic we have put in place to conceal it during our travels will hold. No one can know what we have for fear of being attacked or hunted. Once we arrive, we may be able to enact that same weave or magic on a greater scale, so we may do our research in peace.
That's the whole journal.
That is
First
the
page.
Well,
page.
That's the first
very-
page.
Ooh.
Thank you, Barry. That was very good. And now it's someone else's turn to read.
Yeah. Someone else do the second page.
The
I want to read
second
the page that has the N-word on it.
That one's for the teacher. That one's for Gray.
Yeah. That one's for our last broadcast. Right at the end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally.
I didn't even notice there were 3 pages.
Sven turns the page, or
Took
whoever
me
has
a
the book
second.
turns the page, and the second page
Sven-
reads as follows.
Sven finishes reading. He's like, and that's everything. And people point out there's more pages. Like, oh yeah. Hands up.
Already walking away.
I've sent messages to others of the Order and to temples abroad. While we have no hand in the machinations of man, I understand we are still subject to their laws. So far as they can prove anything, that is. Indeed, in the eyes of lesser men, what we do is treason. Treason to whom, I ask? To the Emperor now dead these many years? To a country that exists solely in concepts and on maps? To some set of proclaimed shared ideals? Only children are contained by such limitations. But I am no fool. I would not have survived this long otherwise. I know the sworn of Azarian will search us out to enact what they believe is justice. The pompous asses. But we do what we must. We cannot toss away such valuable knowledge for fear of causing a few deaths. Is that not the cycle as Nocturne, even Azarian, has declared it? We are born, we live, we die, and we return to the fabric from whence we came. Yes, I will not have men who've never done a day of research in their life tell me otherwise. I don't blame them. They can't understand that progress requires risks and sacrifices. They see the world in flags and castles and shining armor. Oh yes, I certainly will not let bumbling fools and armor and swords and horses use what we conceal like a blunt instrument. He deserves far greater respect than that. So concludes the second page.
Interesting how it refers to It says he deserves far greater respect than that.
Yeah.
Referring to Aetheric, I would assume.
Possibly.
I thought it was the
Or Azarian.
No, it could just be
Or
Veies.
maybe I'm
Or
stupid.
Now the third page?
maybe.
Okay. I guess I can do that one. I have calmed myself down. The wine has helped. We leave in the morning, we monks, clerics, and some of the other garrison we have convinced to join us. But a damn fool for Sigis to take, but God's bless did it pay off. What a damn fool risk for Sigis to take, but God's bless her did it pay off. That's how it's better. The message is set up in case our sanctum is ever breached. Our warning. I will not, I cannot, keep the worthy away from following us. That is not Veies' way. But they must prove they can handle the danger that awaits. It is a tricky dance between the proliferation of new magical knowledge and the preservation of oneself. Never is there a clean or clear answer, though sometimes I wish there were. But these are the two faces of our God. That said, I am afraid in a way I have never been in my entire life. My entire order looks to me for answers, every brother and sister, but I have none. Just wild guesses and prayers to Aetheric, Veies, Leliana, and whoever else will listen, but it will not lead to certain death. And these I must state with conviction or risk despair. I wait for sleep if I can get any at all, of what lies ahead. Perhaps I'll inspect it again through our wards. It is the tragedy of the Veiesians,
yeah.
Veiesians, that when a problem is placed so neatly before us that our minds will not rest until understanding is had. Another cup of wine and I'll make a decision. Well, it definitely seems they're referring to the situation with the Ark.
Indeed.
None of these pages are like time-stamped or dated.
No. But based on the papers that you already have, you can probably insinuate when this was likely written.
Let's
I would
devolve
assume
over.
this is probably the brother Marcus that's been referred to a few times, given the situation.
It's a shame that we still don't have an exact location.
We have a
No,
lead. I've written down the constellations that were on the ceiling earlier, so we can at least use those.
And we can always research who these people are. He also mentioned a General Braddon.
Right.
This would have been very old empire. But Ben, you mentioned that the location seemed to be somewhere in the bit quite far southwest of here. But was Bolaloom not included in that area?
It was.
Well, that I recall someone
on
mentioning that there was a magical font or a fountain or whatever it's referred to.
Not
It's at
again, the
least in the
circle
radius.
isn't. Yeah, no, Bolaloom is not in the radius.
It's on the edge. I think it should at least be considered. Again, that's just a rough estimate.
Okay. I didn't know how long it would actually take me to get to the map, but okay.
I do agree it's possible it's not there at all, but considering there is a well of magic there, it's a half-decent place to look.
I mean that the Widderstone mountain range is probably the most likely location, but
I feel, if
Or-
I may say, that if these people were trying to take a relic somewhere that it would be forgotten, Bolaloom would not be a very good choice.
I wouldn't mind stopping in if we're in the neighborhood, though. When else are we going to be in the vicinity?
the reason I mentioned is
Went that far south.
the talking head seemed to be very insistent on the thing be hidden away, and it used the term buried at least a couple of times. Given its well,
If I may,
period.
while dwarves do work with the earth, I would describe what they do more as excavation than burying.
Why not put it in the bottom of an abandoned mine?
If they know how to, they know how to move dirt regardless. I don't think it's a strong lead. Just that was the connection that I made. Not
It's still a lead.
not a great one.
They
But we are
did
headed to
mention-
Lillebrook, which is also well within the potential area. Perhaps that's
If I were to guess, it would likely be somewhere in the mountains west of Loonbrook.
was my
That
assumption.
would be, that would be a very good place for something to be forgotten.
Keep in mind, this many hundred years ago, so anything could have changed since then. They could have moved it there, and anything could have happened. Something could have gone wrong. It could be in another place entirely.
Oh,
It's a
yeah.
good place to start. We can at least follow the trail.
They mentioned they'd use.
Does anyone know how old the Skyhold is?
A whole shitload older than that.
Yeah. If you were going to take it somewhere to protect it, you would take it somewhere where there's a lot of competent people. And
This
there's
is
a lot
not
of-
being
there's a-
sent somewhere to be protected. It is being sent somewhere to be forgotten.
It is sometimes easy to, depending on circumstances and other things, sometimes it is easier to hide something in plain sight rather than in the middle of nowhere.
I suspect that's the case, since they did mention that in the note. Also referred to the object they were transporting as he. Unless that's just a
Wait, I
slip
missed
of
that.
the
Did they
mind.
really?
It's not referring to Veies unless this person just decides they want to flop around with whatever pronouns for everyone. Will not let bumbling fools in armor with swords and horses use what we conceal like a blunt instrument. He deserves far greater respect than that.
It could
That's what I
refer
was trying to call
Veies,
out.
but it seems, I don't know.
I thought it was referring to what they were hiding as well.
It could.
Yes, I think you're right. I must have not understood that the first pass there.
It is understandable. It's still not entirely clear what it is that he is.
I need to add this to the others and go over them a few more times.
I'm reluctant to use this connection, but it is bigger than me, and I realize that. I know someone in my home that has quite a large collection of oddities and is in the know when it comes to the trading of these oddities. I could possibly inquire and see if there's, if possibly at least heard of something. It might take a little while to receive the letter, but I can get started on it. You can at least help guide us in another direction.
It is also possible that the vampires might have more information that could help us.
Possibly. This is right under their lair.
And they are long-lived.
The Sworn of Azarian probably has more context for us as well.
Mentioned them in the...
Came back into town.
As it mentioned, it's Sworn of Azarian in the note. It's funny how little things change over almost a millennium.
Yes.
I think that great many answers were had here, but not all of them. And I don't know if we'll find the rest of what we need here. In any case, I think that we should leave before our absence is noticed.
I think you're right. I think
there are a few more passageways. Oh, no, wait, didn't we? We did explore everything.
You covered it.
Yeah.
Felix, I'm afraid that I feel the need to say this, but it might be worth collapsing as many of these tunnels as we can after we leave.
I actually entirely agree. Yeah.
I was thinking of doing the same. I can help in this regard.
It should be a good way to keep things safe. Although, Ferrix just turns and looks at Garugamesh for a second and then just looks back. All right, I'll come out and say it. The guy who we talked to is a dwarf, and you have to make it look good.
Yeah. Interesting.
Make what look good.
Whatever you leave, if it looks like it's been paved over or anything recently, he'd probably just tear through it. He did mention that he knew something was around here.
So I have...
There he is.
That's right.
I have 3 more casts of Soft Earth and Stone, and each one is 7 10 by 10 squares.
That should be plenty.
Yeah, I imagine...
It wears off after a while, right? That's the... No?
Duration instantaneous.
Oh.
It just turns the stone into clay.
Okay.
And then clay into sand.
Well then, I guess it should be fine. But it'll be easy enough to dig through if he just tries to.
Yeah,
but
like a day's labor.
The idea is that you soften like the walls to make a collapse happen from overhead.
Okay.
Sure.
Garugamesh, you're good with like stonework and stuff. You could probably assist Sven with that to make it look realistic.
I will say, if the manor is above us and we happen to collapse the manor, that would be very funny.
Yeah.
Cool.
I wouldn't mind that.
I think it's quite far above us if Gilgamesh's description was not too far off. You had to fall quite a few feet, didn't you, to get here?
Yeah. We're deep underground.
So
we also did crawl through a hole, so...
There's 2 spots that can be easily collapsible. The 2 tunnels that come out from the center.
Yeah.
Before we leave this area completely, I'm going to do another scan around with detect magic and just look, see if we make sure we didn't miss anything.
That's true. If that's what we're planning, then I think Vic's got a good idea. We should probably make sure everything we want is here so that we're not digging through clay later.
On that note, I'm also going to do the same thing, except with my detect secret doors.
So give me a perception check.
Preparing.
This
This is where I'm thinking on the map. That's the entrance into the Lots Manor.
Oh. Then maybe we
You don't detect any other magic in here, but Vic, you do notice on the bottom side of the writing desk, kind of pushed against the wall, almost like falling behind it, is a sealed bottle of wine. Westerling Nectar, vintage 3E688.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. Is that
Gotta be vinegar by now.
Oh, absolutely.
It has to taste like nothing at all.
Wait, I need to fucking go back in my fucking notes and find something. Holy shit.
Are you talking about the password to the Vargo from?
Yeah.
No, that was Montvin Graham, like 14 something.
Okay. Shit.
Something like that, anyway.
Sorry if you hear strange noise. My dog wants to play with her ball.
This strange noise is happening over here all the time where I'm like, I don't have my mic on mute. And then Sparrow.
Yeah, that was
Yep.
it. You're right. Alright, I thought I had an epiphany for a second, but no. Never mind.
It could be, I guess, collector's item. Hi, honey. Hi, big girl. I know.
It does mean they were here after that date unless someone lied on the wine label.
Hmm.
Well, the date of the them leaving was in the 7th century. It is 3765.
So it would be almost 100 years prior.
Yeah.
So this wine was like 90 years old, or 80 or 90 years old when they left.
Yeah.
In other words.
The white X is the entrance into the vampires, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe we don't fully collapse this?
Yeah, I was like, I didn't realize that, so. I was
But
like, maybe.
We could collapse right here and right here. And that would still leave us able to get into the vampires, but collapse the way into the rest of this.
Yeah.
If
I was just thinking we collapse either here or here, but that works too.
If the walls are stone, could you like make just a direct tunnel into the vampire lair and like collapse all the stuff that leads to the temple?
It can't work onto worked stone, so like stone bricks.
Oh. Okay. Now I know.
So yeah, like I can cast it on the ceiling of this place because it's not worked stone, but I can't cast it on the walls
most
of
of
this
it
place.
is worked stone.
Hmm.
You would still be able to do it.
I think the idea behind it is like stone that has been like made into stone bricks.
Mm-hmm. Right, and like I said, the ceilings here are stone bricks.
Oh.
You would be able to do it at that one location you picked out because the ceiling has mostly already collapsed.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I'm realizing too that I'm like, oh yeah, just like you said, it like collapses down, and then you can cast it again to make it sand, which is definitely messier to dig through, but easy. You can get through it eventually.
A lot quicker.
Mm-hmm.
As we're like,
I think we just collapse as stated, so that we can still get into the vampires, and we don't need to deliberate on this for half an hour.
Yeah, I know.
I trust your guys' judgment on this one.
At first I was like, wait, can we just funnel the Chosen of Azarian into the vampire mansion? But no. It's not quite that simple.
Yeah.
Well,
all right, so with the help of Guru Gamesh on where I should place these things, I mean, each cast is 7 10 by 10 cubes, so I can change quite a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Before we finish collapsing everything, Would someone perhaps like to make a quick sketch of some of the tapestries or the murals?
Daxi is
paper.
pretty artist.
I can do that. Anyone?
Good, I have calligraphy. I can write down the text.
Ah.
I'll
just
for
by-
that.
Sorry, by have calligraphy, I mean I have done calligraphy.
It's a shame to
I'll
have to carry all these relics.
yeah. I'll hand out paper to anyone who wants it to sketch down something.
Sven is not an artist.
You really
One to
think I
Vernix.
could draw something like that?
No, I'm not handing you a paper. One to Vic.
I was only trying to help.
I think that's gonna get. I think Vic is probably at most a -3.
You've
Oh.
done a lot to help us. Don't worry about it.
Alright. So Grugamesh, you and Sven are working on collapsing the tunnels. Thaxius, you and Vernix are working on copying down the murals.
I'm admittedly, even if the text wasn't like, if it was just uniform, I'm like dressing it up a little bit.
Mhm.
Because calligraphy, you got to.
Alright.
As we're going through, me and Vernix sketching down these things, I'm just gonna idly chat, like, are you not disappointed at all that we didn't exactly find what you were looking for? The magical artifact and all that.
Well, they did mention also that they weren't planning on stopping here, so it is almost reassuring in a sense that we didn't find it. And seems like they were rather concerned with people around it just going insane. So
Doesn't seem like a low-level item. Whatever they're carrying, it's I don't even think I can comprehend its scale. Part of me doesn't even want to try.
we have virtually no conception of what it could be, but the fact that it's a person is deeply unnerving to me.
Yes.
Whether they're alive or dead, or
just a sentient object.
it's better to not jump to conclusions now. And suppose I wasn't expecting any of this. No, you're right.
How are you feeling now that we've gone through this? Relieved?
Pensive.
Pensive. Yeah.
Look, I'm gonna need to piss in about an hour, I'll be honest.
I need to piss now, but I'm not about to piss in a fucking sacred ruin.
Well, I'm
There's a
kind of
stream
getting
right
older.
over there.
and- No, it's like we've managed to scratch the surface of something here, and I would be of the opinion normally that we need to get moving right now, but honestly, as long as the person we talked about before isn't a step ahead, I'll take it.
I would be in agreement with you about moving now if it wasn't for, well, we still need our journeyman.
Yes, and does relate to out of game. I believe we got those letters off the hobgoblins, or was that from the? Am I misremembering? Was from that? Was that from the guy before that even?
What letters are you talking about? The ones that were about the Ark initially?
Yeah,
Those were in the buried garrison in the sewer system.
right. Okay, so those were already around here.
Yep.
It did relate to some other things we found here not too long ago.
I believe you mentioned this in passing before, you and the group.
Right. So it all appears to be pretty legitimate. I mean, we were attacked by arguably images of Veies, but I don't know what their intent was, other than silencing us. So they were definitely being pursued, and I just can't help but see it as any other way than this is filling up their footprint quite nicely.
It's just, the further we get into this, every step we take forward, I can't help but feeling that I have a feeling we're at a turning point now where if we take another step forward, we're not going to be able to turn back. I can't help but feel a sense of incoming dread. Not just the dread of going on a bad mission, or the dread of like, oh, this heist can go horribly wrong very easily. No, the dread of something's coming, and it's far bigger than any of us, and I can't shake it. I didn't know if, as a holy person, you might have felt similarly.
Well, I don't have enough information to come to any conclusion about it, really. But the idea that something that's capable of unmaking people's minds and apparently a great number of other things could have a personality and be, well, here with us, not in a metaphorical sense, but on the same plane of existence as us, really makes one think how long exactly one has and about the impermanence of existence. Knowing that it's entirely possible this thing could just get woken up spontaneously and we could all just cease to exist.
What if we wake it up?
Let's try not to do that. If it is, in fact, asleep. And if it says hi, we'll cross that bridge. Veies, hope that we don't come to it.
Let's just hope for the best case scenario, although we likely won't get it.
Yes. Although at least, I suppose the positive signs that I can say at this point are, I don't think what we're copying down has anything to do with what's inside of there. What they were transporting is probably too small to be a dragon.
Dragon egg?
Please not be a dragon anything. It's been long enough now that it'd probably be a worm by now.
Yeah, probably.
And if something that could already do what they're talking about matured in power, that's just fantastic. Yes, it really does make one feel the notion that drives people to drink.
There are many things that drive me to drink, and this is just adding to that pile.
So try not to dwell on any of them too much. Let's just focus on what we know, and
You're right.
we'll go from there. I mean, let's be honest, it's been quite a long time. This trail exists. Someone else could have followed it. Could just not be there.
I don't think so. That place was... This room, looking at it now, it's too clean. Maybe it's fucking magically enchanted to clean itself. I don't know, but
It's possible.
It is possible, but I don't know. I feel like we're traveling on a road that's only been traveled once before, and we're simply following that trail. I don't know if anyone else has gotten this far. I really want to hope no one else has.
That's true. I don't know exactly what they were talking about in the letter, but they said something about using a version of the spell they were using to prevent them from being detected on a larger scale. So, in theory, it could have done just about anything. It doesn't even make mention of what the given name is for it, so...
Well, based on its description of its... sorry.
Well, they could have worked a miracle for all we know, and then that's up to the gods what happens, literally.
As far as the description we have, this magical item, whatever it is, whatever he, she, they, it is, it's absolutely out. It's powerful. It's insanely powerful, and it could do essentially anything. You're right, and that terrifies me. It could have anti-scrying mechanisms. It could do more than that.
Axius Pharynx, I'm coming!
Almost done here.
Yeah, let me just get the last of my sketch.
That's why I'm saying not to worry about it, because once you start, you're not going to be able to stop. There's too many unknown factors to start filling in the blanks and, well, putting any weight behind what our answers are.
I guess I'm just scared.
That's okay. This is honestly very shaking for me. I just tend to stare blankly whenever I'm in shock, or honestly a lot of other times.
I wish I could have that kind of reaction.
Well, it's probably from all of the trauma.
Well, we could unpack that later. I'm finished with my sketches. How are you?
It's just about fine. I could let the ink dry as long as, wave it out a little bit.
We shouldn't dally too long. The others are waiting for us, I'm sure.
Yeah, just packing things up.
So, Daxius, you exit the room, making for, I guess, the other two that are, I guess they're finishing up, collapsing what they can and planning on moving up the hole so you guys can make for the surface and have the rest of your day to yourself. Pharynx, you are a little behind him, probably the last one in the room. I mean, because you have no fucking idea if you're going to be the last person to ever see any of this, ever again. Let alone followers of this god, just anyone ever. And there's definitely a silence to the room that is... Once it was foreboding, but now it's almost mournful. Kind of like walking through a graveyard. Perhaps one meant for veterans. The war is long gone, and yet bodies remain. And you're putting your things away, maybe making for the door that leads into that little hidden alcove, when you kind of hear... And it's a sound like movement, I suppose, and you just hear... How did I know I'd find you here? Terex.
I turn around and try to hear where that came from.
You don't see anyone or anything. You kind of hear the sounds of people moving around, coughing. You hear a smash of a bottle, and then it just sort of fades away.
Hello?
No response.
Terex, who was... And just sort of stares off into the air around there. Well, suppose everyone's got to have one last hurrah. And I guess with that, I'll turn and leave the room.
Pharynx!
And with that, you are the last person out. Anything back up with the party, you're able to move up the rope. No bother needing to roll for this one. It just takes you enough time to get up.
Don't tell me what to do. I'll roll.
Not while the others are dropping flower pots down.
Yeah! I climb it super good, DM. Don't ever tell me not to roll.
He just cartwheel sideways up.
Yeah, this is my game now.
Screw gravity.
And you guys are up. You're able to make your way out. Not sure how all of you feel at this point, but it's definitely been a long day, even though it's probably only about noon. Still have books available to you. You'll have the rest of the day to yourselves. You have the dance competition tonight, and tomorrow possibly the arena competition, depending on where you want to go.
There might be enough time for, Sven to do his story as well.
Do we do that before the session? Do we do that before the session ends?
The book?
Right?
How long do you think that'll take?
Probably not too long.
Okay, you got 15.
Okay. I meet up with the guy. I'm like, hey, I'm here to do the book.
You're able to return to the Lion and Lady, where you know that the mayor's scribes were to meet you. You're honestly just about exactly on time, because they weren't expecting you to show up before noon. That was the time that was given to you by the mayor. So it's a little busy in the Lion and Lady. Noontime, still a fair going on. Busy day, middle of the week, and yeah, they have magic quills and paper for you, and they tell you what they're looking for, and set about.
All right. I imagine this takes about 2 or 3 hours. 1 hour to tell the story, and then 2 or 3 hashing out the details, because Sven's common isn't super good, so it's finding the right words to replace what he said. But overall, this is what the story is about. Oh wait, hold on. Okay, there's the thing. So the story is an epic tale that spins the story of the Gatecrashers. It introduces each party member very briefly in its opening, building up the group as a party of adventurers seeking glory and adventure. It does a good job at both depicting the group members as rising heroes cut from common cloth. Its prose depict the events of the dungeon as if the dungeon itself were sentient, testing the limits of the party but foiled by the party's wit and determination, making the dungeon out as if it were the enemy itself. And there's more. A fiction is added into the story, one that didn't actually happen. Sven adds in an overarching story that progresses and finds resolution at the climax of the dungeon, which makes the story easily adaptable and enticing to stage and play. It tells a story of many parts, including a will they won't they romance between Sven and Tari. Vernix struggles with internal questions, doubting whether or not he should be challenging the dungeon dedicated to his god, in which he's vindicated and made to be the hero, dealing the final blow to the mummy. It's narratively framed as Vernix getting justified when it's revealed that the sentience of the dungeon was rooted in the evil mummy, which corrupted the dungeon itself, and Vernix cleansing the corruption and made a faithful hero who had good intentions and ultimately had his actions justified. Rugamesh is made out to be a noble, brave, exemplary dwarf, both knowledgeable on all things made stone, and the first one into the charge. There is a scene where he saves the lives of the party from an otherwise lethal encounter by summoning all his courage and rage, dealing an incredible final blow to an enemy. Natari is made out to be a tough bard-like character who, while has great spirits, has unfortunate luck, which is written as slapstick humor. The joke being that she's always the one to take the worst of things, but always takes the blows with a smile. Vic is shown to be the brains and reason of the group. While not necessarily the leader, he's who the party looks up to,
and his cunning and ideas save the party on more than one occasion. And Sven is played up as the lead in the will they won't they romance. He's the narrator and the one documenting the events. His efforts aren't bombastic or played up much, but he's always there, and he plays some small part in every story. He's a subversive character who's not meant to be the poster boy hero. He's instead written as a lovable character in the party, giving compliments and helping where he can. And a final character, who never has their full name given, is completely made up. They go by the nickname Donkey, who is tasked with carrying torches and gears, as well as watching the party's back. They're written more so as a hireling, one who is insignificant and says very little, but every line is memorable, quippy, and funny. And the overarching story revolves around a curse that slowly affects the party as a whole, and how they deal and learn with its presence. It becomes a race against time, with the final victory, the raising of the hammer, dispelling the curse, and saving the day. And that's the story that Sven tells.
Donkey.
Donkey.
Is Donkey the hireling wearing a very thin collar that says, shit, what's his name? Lugo?
No, it's because Daxius didn't want written in the story.
Yeah.
But people saw saw 6 people. No,
5 people.
yeah. No, 6, because Natari as well was with us.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So they saw 6 people, so I had to have 6 characters.
6 people and Lugo. Anaran.
The only note I have is that we need a sidebar of Lugo winning all of the money in debt.
It would be kind of funny if Lugo was this character that everyone recognized around town as being super famous from Sven's story, but all he does is sit around and gamble.
Nobody else knows about, none of the rest of the party is famous at all. It's just Lugo that they got.
Time passed. You haven't seen Lugo in like 3 weeks, and suddenly a Cadillac pulls up in front of the fucking chapter house.
It's a
Riding the
horse
back
named
sunroof
Cadillac.
top.
It's like a bright purple
Scene with the
coat.
gasoline.
The king reads the story and he wants to meet Lugo and not anyone else.
He just steals every scene that he's in. I don't know why. He just has an uncanny charisma about him. Have to meet him.
The sequel's going to be Lugo gambling with the Emperor and winning the entire empire.
They call it Emperor's New Groove.
Yeah.
He makes that diplomacy check to convince the Emperor to give him his empire, and rest is history.
This? Pick up your hat. Enjoy your garden. Give me the keys to the kingdom.
Yeah, it's literally Emperor New Groove, except it's Lugo and the Emperor.
Oh my god.
Anyway, that's the story that Sven tells to the writers, and then over the next 2 or so hours, they hash out the details to make it good.
Looking forward to the Gatecrasher cinematic universe.
Beautiful.
Well,
When are we getting Spider-Man?
everybody, you're able to make it out of the gauntlet. Sven splits off, making for the Lion and the Lady. The rest of you, I'm not sure what you guys choose to do, whether you're going back to the chapter house to take care of your own things, or we got a decent amount of the day left.
It doesn't matter what they do. Let's focus back on Sven. So, what I do after now?
He signed up for another book deal.
And this is what that story says. So,
It just so happens that book deal also requires him to be away from the party for another 3 days.
Let's go with this.
Tell
Practice.
it's
Where
the
do you
making of
go?
the book.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry?
Daxius, where do you go after leaving the gauntlet?
I think I go back to the Dax house, actually.
Okay. Rugamesh, what about you?
I'm gonna head down to the kilns.
Okay. Vic, where are you going?
Probably back to the chapter house.
And Phoenix.
I was actually going to go to the temple of, I don't remember who, because my memory for names is just one of the worst.
Was it the Red Temple?
I think so.
Six Thanos, isn't it?
Yeah, I was like, it's the one like right outside of the gauntlet.
Yeah,
the pure hornblower is the chief, or excuse me, the head priestess.
Yes.
Ixthanis and Lycurgus, I believe.
So god of blood and combat, and the god of tactics, strategy, and honor.
What
Yeah,
is it?
so yeah, you guys split up. It's definitely been an interesting couple of hours, and it's given you a lot to think of. Phoenix, I think you still have a bit of a headache, and you can sort of taste liquor on your breath, or like on your tongue, even though you haven't drank in a while. Sven is merrily off on his way, and the rest split up to go where they need to go. Daxius, you and Phoenix will be getting a point of inspiration for the roleplay at the end. Garugamesh, you'll be getting a inspiration point for running into every trap like a dumbass, which is, fantastic for me. Sven, I mean, you're playing a character, and it really helps. It's good to stay in character.
Yep.
Sven, you'll be getting a point for the story, and Vic, you'll be getting a point for breaking your bad luck streak.
Oh, yeah.
Landing every
Good.
hit.
9 months. That's all it took.
11 now. We're in November.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't believe we've been playing for so long, though.
Yeah.
Yep.
It doesn't feel like that long.
And
I mean,
this
for
is
me, it's
where-
been like, what, 5-6 months?
about 5, I think.
Well, hold on. First, you joined later.
No,
You didn't.
Wait, no.
I was-
Oh, wait, no. I'm Garugamesh.
Yeah, I joined late.
it's fine. I was like, oh yeah, I do that shit all the time.
I actually don't remember what month I joined. Does anyone?
No idea.
Nay,
I
I believe.
remember, yeah, I remember it was like right before Joel joined.
Like,
2
maybe
weeks.
about a month before he did.
Yeah.
All
Because we had
right.
enough time for the onkegs.
Was it really just 3 of us?
Yep.
Yeah,
Showed up just
Yep.
3.
Oh, yeah,
What?
yeah.
it's one reason I pack sacred summons, because I'm like, well, normally I'd be like, well, summons you can blah blah blah, and then I was like, nah, we've got 3 people, get a fucking target in here.
All
I remember
well,
this.
Anything.
This is where we will be leaving off for this kind of Halloween episode, I suppose. Those who are
Everyone
watching at
has
home-
their outfits off by the end.
Dude,
Mhm.
this jacket is made to survive, falling to the pavement at 65 miles an hour. It is heavy as fuck.
I believe it.
Yeah. I bought a motorcycle jacket, and I don't wear it that much.
It's
And
called-
with this-
sorry.
And with this, we will see everyone at home next time. Thanks for joining this episode of Rough Rolling. Cheers.
Thank you.
Peace.
I'm sorry. For some reason.